are like a drop in the bucket, and all are regarded as speck of dust on the scales. All nations are counted before him, and they are regarded by him as less than nothing and meaningless. As we gather this Passion Week, we see the greatness of your humility coming in the humanity, stooping into time and space and the likeness of your Son. O Lord, may we see that you have dealt with our greatest need. Use us as your human agents in the realm of government to administer your will in all we do. We realize that we are needy, made of dust, and dependent upon you. Help us to be your servant. May we all evaluate ourselves according to your standard, asking that you would bestow grace upon grace to meet us in the time of need. All for your glory, we ask these things. Amen.
All right, members, we're in the roll call. Please record your presence. We're in the roll call. Yes, sir. Just tell me it's not a candidate or anything. Mr. Bradley. Miss Bradley. Mr. Bradley. Tell him to come up.
Welcome to State House Today. I'm Gavin Jackson here with Maayan Schechter in the State House lobby. It is Wednesday, April 1st, 2026. Maayan, there are no jokes today on this broadcast.
It's not a funny
April Fool's
day. No laughing.
But what you wrote in the State House gavel on sctv.org/the gavel is that it could be a Wicked Wednesday.
It could be. It feels like
No
one.
joke.
No joke. No,
Okay.
I don't kid about those.
There's only so many Wednesdays left in the session as we continue to talk about the March to Sine Die. So every Wednesday really counts here, and especially with the Senate taking off tomorrow and then also being in perfunctory session next week, it's going to be kind of a busy day in the Senate too. But you're saying it's going to be a little bit more wicked over in the House is what it sounds like.
I think so. The House is again on furlough next week, so that means there's no floor work, no committee hearings. We know that they're going to take up at least two big, kind of meaty bills today. One arguably more controversial than the other. That is from Representative Travis Moore, Republican from Spartanburg, dealing with federal immigration and having ICE be able to partner with county detention centers to help with federal immigration, essentially requiring it. That's a large part of the bill. The ACLU has been speaking out quite regularly against it. We've seen a lot of packed hearings. So we do expect that bill to come up for debate today, and that could obviously be a lengthy debate given Democrats' opposition to that bill. And then finally, we know that the House is supposed to debate.
Happy Wednesday.
Right, happy Wednesday. Representative Gary Brewer's insurance policy legislation. This is meaty, wonky, regulatory, a little bit, legislation that was delayed last week because of medical malpractice bills. So we do expect that. Look, I mean, it's one of those issues that it's going to take a lot of people some time to digest, work through. Everybody cares about insurance, so we do expect that to come up on the floor again. They also want to clear the calendar, so when they get back from furlough, everything is clean. They can start working on other big bills because sine die is right around the corner.
Yeah, and Maayan, switching gears over to the Senate, which comes in later today. The House just gavelled in. We'll get there in a moment. But the Senate killed tax conformity.
Yeah, there is still potentially.
I mean, always is not necessarily dead because
Right.
they can reconsider it.
Things can be brought back
Revived,
to life.
if you will.
If we've learned anything, things can be brought back to life.
Look at the THC gummy bill, right?
That's
That came
right.
back to because of the prevailing. If you vote on the prevailing side of the vote, you can reconsider the vote. That's how things happen. So, do we think that could happen here with tax conformity?
I'm thinking it's probably more unlikely. Look, I mean, I think between honestly both the House and the Senate, there were so many folks who were against bringing up tax conformity, period, this year. If we were going to go even more back in time, the House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Bruce Bannister had said that they weren't even going to discuss this until after the April 15th tax deadline. That obviously didn't happen. They filed the legislation and pushed it through prior to candidate filing opening up in mid-March. The Senate was under the impression that that bill would never see the light of day, and then it got quickly rushed through to the floor. It was a pretty bipartisan grouping of, I mean, we're talking about over 20 senators who opposed that legislation. And it wasn't a tight, narrow vote. This was a pretty large gap. And so it seems very, very unlikely that this legislation will come back up. I mean, maybe that there is attempt, obviously, but within the last, I would say, 24 hours or so, we've seen a lot of social media activity over the legislation, folks asking constituents to call their senators and push them, pressure them to bring the bill back up because they want some of those deductions that are included in that one big beautiful bill that President Donald Trump signed last year.
Yeah.
But again, as the Senate Majority Leader Shane Massey explained both on the floor and also to reporters after, this feels like election year legislation. Those deductions will not be there next year. We've passed income tax legislation, which is really supposed to solve this issue of conformity for all the years after. So just given, again, how large the vote was, it's hard to see this vote coming back up.
Election year politics definitely at play right now, especially since we know
Absolutely.
that filing closed on Monday for all the state House seats, all 124 House seats. And then, of course, the statewide officers as well. And, of course, we're going to have a debate tonight. We'll talk about that in a moment. But, Maayan, what are we going to be watching for in the Senate today when they gavel one at 1 o'clock? What can we expect to see?
Right, so there's two bills in particular. One that was filed by Senator Greg Hembry, Republican from Horry and a former solicitor. That has to do with gang activity, creates a RICO penalty. We do expect there to be some potential lengthy debate on that. We know that Senator Lee Bright, Spartanburg Republican, who returned to the Senate this year, has some issues with the legislation. The other bill that has been placed on the special order calendar, so giving it that somewhat priority status, is Senator Danny Burden, Lawrence Republicans legislation that sort of expands the Heritage Act, that 2000 era law that really protects certain monuments, statues, memorials, markers. And this is a bit of an expansion of it, takes it a bit step further. So that also obviously is going to potentially get a lot of debate on the floor today as well. Again, we don't know what happens with the finale to tax conformity, but I think today we'll say it. The one other big thing that we are waiting for is what the Senate does on the NIL revenue sharing.
Right, the veto.
Veto.
TBD still.
Right. Senator Shane Massey says it is expected to come up today. We do know that at least one senator who was not here yesterday wanted to be here for the vote, so they held it over to today. How that goes, we will have to see whether there's actually 2/3 voting and present who can vote to move that
That's
bill.
going to be a close
Right.
one for sure, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Then also looking outside of the chambers, we did see the House Ways and Means Committee meet their full meeting this morning. They really kind of zoomed through that agenda. They approved pretty much everything on the agenda, including those two SCDOT modernization bills, S831 and H5071, that the House version's been amended to replicate what the Senate version is. And of course, it also does not increase any revenue besides the EV fees and the hybrid fees, which will be increased to $400 and $200 on an every 2-year basis. So that's just where they start. But of course, this legislation also creates a possibility for more tolling and updates the tolling statute in the state. Gives the SCDOT the ability to enter into public and private partnerships, as well as dealing with those hot lanes that we've been talking about, the ability to raise more revenue. Because if we know anything, it's that SCDOT is really in need of more revenue, despite raising that gas tax by 12 cents back in 2017, which has been phased in since. And it raises about, I think it's like $30 million a month. We were talking about this yesterday. It's a substantial amount of money. And that also gave the governor some pause yesterday when I asked him about whether he would be suspending the gas tax or being in support of suspending the gas tax, as has been floated by some bipartisan lawmakers and even gubernatorial candidates. And we saw that actually happen in Georgia, where Governor Brian Kemp signed the legislation to temporarily suspend the gas tax too. Don't count on that happening here anytime soon. Just because the governor was saying that money is critical to going towards the agency as we continue this massive build cycle that we're going through right now. And any lack of that money would really kind of throw off what's anticipated, what's already been budgeted for, and would then slow things down. And we already know that we're about 30 years behind schedule when it comes to infrastructure in the state. And that's what that first bill was, that gas tax bill back in 2017, and a reform bill in 2016, really tackling a lot of things that were just not really kept up with. And of course, we're in a massive growth cycle right now as a state. And this new bill that they're trying to modernize DOT with is to really help accommodate and keep up with that growth. And of course, look for more opportunities for revenue besides the gas tax, which we know is very unpopular, but was also incredibly underfunded. And that's really how a lot of money gets into these projects. We're talking about $6 billion worth of projects going on right now in the state. That comes from money from revenue from people that pay gas taxes in the state, as well as those who vacation here and drive through the state.
Right, and I think it also should be noted that the governor himself was against the gas tax.
He vetoed that.
He vetoed it, and now he's come around to support it, understanding, again, the importance of the fact that DOT was lacking in a lot of money, right, to quicken these infrastructure projects that so many folks have been begging for, and again, still begging for.
Yeah.
And DOT Secretary Justin Powell obviously is very keenly aware of what stopping that spigot would mean for those projects.
Well, I think it's also a big issue on the campaign trail. I've heard a lot of people talking about governance at DOT. And again, we've talked about this before. It seems like we talk about it every 6 years. We're talking about tinkering with the DOT. The House bill wanted to make it a cabinet position to be the secretary. That's not a concern in the Senate version. We'll see where everyone lands on that. But at the same time, it's just a matter of how can we get more out of DOT? How many more audits do they need? It's like, well, we've been going through the audits, we've been doing all the things. What it comes down to is revenue and growth, and keeping up with that growth through modernizing the DOT. So we're going to see that's going to be set up for debate, I guess, right when they come back from break. And of course, then we will be in the sprint to sine die, because it will be crossover. We don't talk about crossover anymore, but that's usually when the demarcation line that you need to have a bill crossover from one chamber to the other to really have any possible viability of it getting to the governor's desk. And the 2-year session that we're in right now, the last year, the 2-year session, if it's not moving, hate to break it to you, but it's probably dead till next year. So we're really seeing that scramble happen right now in the lead up to sine die, Mayan. So also, we were talking about the governor and the campaign trail. And we will have our first governor's debate tonight. That's going to be on Gray media stations across the state at 7 o'clock. We're going to see, I guess, what, 4 Republicans on stage? We got, I'm trying to get them off my head, Alan Wilson, the Attorney General, Congressman Ralph Norman, and we also have, who am I missing?
First District.
First District Congressman Nancy Mace is going to jump on there too. And
Senator Josh
Senator
Kimbrell.
Josh Kimbrell. Who could forget about Senator Josh Kimbrell? That's especially important because the SCGOP did waive the fundraising and polling requirements to be on stage right now, but it's my understanding that there is also a 6th Republican, Jacqueline Hicks Dubois, who apparently has not signed the pledge yet in order to get on stage, so she will not be participating. But since they've waived those requirements, anyone who's a Republican who's filed as a Republican as governor can get on that debate stage. So April 21st will be a very interesting time. A most notable exception will be Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evatt, who's not participating in somewhat of a protest over what she says are just too high of fees for tickets for folks to get in to watch the debate. You might have read some reporting on this, but there's a sponsorship level up to $20,000 where the candidates can give that money to participate as well as get tickets, more importantly, get tickets for their supporters. And it's free for anyone to participate, but if you want to bring your people into the Newberry Opera House where it's being held this evening to really hoot and holler, which we know can always be nice and distracting, then you would pay to get those folks in there. But of course, other folks can get tickets too if they're part of the Silver Elephant Club. Again, you have to be a paying member of that too. So her big issue was with just people not being able to have access to those tickets in the first place. We'll see if that changes come April 21st, when also Low Country businessman Ron Reddy will also be participating. Since he's self-funding, he doesn't meet those fundraising requirements, but he'll be jumping in the 21st debate. Maybe Jacqueline will be there as well. We'll see. So a lot to watch at 7 o'clock on Gray media stations. Again, ETV is trying to nail down our own debate date. It's very difficult when you have a bunch of different schedules for about 6 people, so we'll see where that goes. But we'll be watching tonight. We'll have a recap of that debate and so much more of what happened in the State House today at scetv.org/thegavel. I think that's all we got for this April Fool's Day.
We'll have quite a bit more to talk about tomorrow, I'm sure.
Yeah. I also want to mention that the President Minister of Bavaria is in town too. He was actually in the House chamber with House Speaker Merle Smith. Merle let him hold the giant mace, which we know is one of the oldest maces in the country. It's pretty much solid sterling silver, and it's always kind of a big deal to have someone visiting. We know that the Bavarian president will be getting the Sandlapper Award from Governor Henry McMaster happening right now. So we got a lot going on in the State House lobby. So we're going to go ahead and send it over to the House chamber. And again, the Senate comes in at 1 o'clock. So have a great Wednesday. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right. All right, members, we're going to get started. If you've got conversations, take them outside. Clear the aisles, please, Sergeant. Help me with that. Members, find your seats. All right, Mr. Rose is recognized for recognition of 1, 2, 3 teams. Mr. Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the balcony with Representative Hamilton Grant, you know, here in the House, we like to celebrate champions. We like to celebrate championships. And we have 3 teams. I would ask them to rise. We have the Heathwood Junior Varsity Girls Basketball Team, which is the 2026 region champions. Would they please stand up in the balcony? There they are. I'd also ask that we have the Junior Varsity Boys Basketball Region champions from Heathwood Hall. Please stand up. There they are. And we also have another championship team from Heathwood Hall, the Skeeza Girls Cross Country State Champions. Would they please stand up? So, ladies and gentlemen of the House, we wanted to recognize this great group of young girls and boys that are champions, as well as their coaches. With the Skeeza Junior Varsity Girls Basketball Region Champions, the Heathwood Hall Junior Varsity team defeated Cardinal Newman in the semifinal round, 55-33, to advance to the region championship. Then 2 days later, won a thrilling game 39-36 over Ben Lippen, which came down in the final seconds of regulation. We'd like to congratulate this junior varsity girls basketball team on their success as Skeeza 4A region champions. We also want to recognize their coaches, Julianne Shiflett, Ashley Edwards, and Tymir Zimmerman. We're also going to recognize the Skeeza Junior Varsity Boys Basketball Region Champions who are up in the balcony. This is a great group of kids, future leaders, not just great athletes, all of these teams, but great students that are going to do wonderful things across our state, all 3 of these sports. But the Heathwood Hall Junior Varsity Boys Basketball team defeated Cardinal Newman 44-21 in the semifinal round, setting up a championship game against their rival Hammond. The boys then defeated Hammond 54-41, and our resident basketball player, Jermaine Johnson, knows that that's not a close score necessarily, to claim the region tournament championship. This marks their 3rd straight year the JV boys team has won the region tournament championship under the leadership of coaches B.J. Holmes and Rhodes Campbell, who are also up there. I want to say that again, 3 state championships right there, 3 state region championships, dominating their rival in the championship round. Finally, we have the Skeeza Girls Cross Country 2025 state champions who are in the balcony. State champions. The Heathwood Hall Girls Cross Country team won their 5th consecutive championship this season. 5 straight state championships. Even Representative Johnson knows that that's a dynasty. You win 5 straight. They did this under the leadership of their veteran head coach, Willis Ware. Medalists include freshman Dorothy Hutchins. Dorothy, you want to raise your hand? There she is. Sophomore Annabelle Martin and 8th grader Kate Leopard. Lydia Smith, Mary Widener, Lily Martin, and Lily Griswold also delivered strong performances to their championship win. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, we like to celebrate championships. We like to celebrate young men and women who are going to do amazing things in our state. Let's please rise and give them a warm South Carolina House ovation and congratulate them on their success this year.
Congratulations, Heathwood Hall Girls Cross Country, JV Basketball, boys and girls JV Basketball, state champions. We're proud of you.
Yeah, and Mr. Speaker, I also would be remiss if I didn't recognize Coach Brian Benator. Brian, where are you? There he is, he's raising his hand. That is the Skeeza Coach of the Year. He's the varsity coach. He oversees the basketball programs at Heathwood Hall, and in my opinion, would have won the state championship this year if they hadn't had an injury, an unfortunate injury in the semifinal win to one of their star players. So, Brian, keep up the great work, and thanks for all you do.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rose, and congratulations, Heathwood Hall, state champions. All right. All right, Mr. Ligon is recognized. Rock Hill High School Wrestling. Mr. Ligon.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got Representative Guffey may be up here with me. I got Representative King in the balcony and standing there beside Coach Beard. It's my pleasure to represent or talk to you today about the champions. They were here last year, or they won last year. They're from my district, 43. I'm looking over here to see if Mr. McCravey is here since they beat him badly, but we'll get to that in a minute. I want to congratulate the Rock Hill girls wrestling team. The Lady Bearcats are on an extraordinary 2026 season, their championship victory in the South Carolina High School League Class 5A. The Lady Bearcats delivered a flawless 17-0 season, showcasing their dominance, determination, and teamwork at every turn. Their championship performance was nothing short of remarkable, defeating, again, John McCravey's Greenwood High School with an impressive 66-15 score to secure the 5A state title at Dreher High Schools where they held it. Again, they're coached by Coach Kane Beard. This victory marks an incredible milestone as the Lady Bearcats have now earned, listen now, back-to-back state championships in the only 2 years the league has hosted dual championships. Even more impressive is their undefeated 2-year dual match record of 33-0. A statement to their sustained excellence and commitment to the sports, ladies. The Rock Hill community celebrates this historic achievement and applauds the Lady Bearcats for setting such a high standard of excellence. And my seatmate, Representative Tommy Pope, who is an alumnus of Rock Hill High School, always says, once a Bearcat, always a Bearcat. Welcome to the State House. Y'all help me welcome the Rock Hill Bearcat Lady Wrestling Team. Thank you.
Congratulations, Rock Hill Women's High School Wrestling Team, state champions. Appreciate what you do. Hope you enjoy your visit up here. Congratulations, Coach. All right, Ms. Bernstein, you ready? All right, Ms. Bernstein is recognized to introduce two teams. Ms.
Thank
Bernstein.
you, Mr. Speaker. I've got two teams from AC Floor. I'm going to recognize the tennis team first because they're in the front row. Thank you for your patience. As you can see, we've got a lot of introductions this morning. I have Representative Heather Bauer, who's holding the resolution. But this is, we have a group of girls here who have won, the AC Floor tennis team has won the Class 4A state championship title. This is the first title that they've won since 2018, so congratulations. And it has been under the leadership of Coach Amy Martin and assistant coach Paige Haas, who I've grown up with and known. We went to high school together, so it's funny how our worlds collide. But this was a spectacular, undefeated season for these girls, and they won in a nail-biter, an impressive victory over lower state champion, the Gray Collegiate Academy War Eagles, in a close tournament that ended 4-3. I think that was probably the closest tournament that they had all year, and they were successful. Real quickly, because I know we're a little bit short on time, but the tennis team is a smaller team, so I'd like to recognize each girl, and you can raise your hands when we mention your name. We have twins, Emily Smith and Catherine Smith. We have Carlin Guffey, Ruby Ciccini, I apologize if I mispronounce your name, Liv Homewood, Liza Stavro, Ella Foley, Lucy Lafitte, Eden Hall, Julia Blair Reynolds, McRae Robertson, Eloise Rhodes, Scotty West, M.K. Ellington, Anna Claire McCain, Maddie White, and Stokely Hale. Congratulations, girls. If we can give them a warm round of applause, and I'm sure I'll be able to recognize you again. Congrats.
Congratulations, AC Floor tennis team, state champions.
And I have one more team, and we will take pictures out in front, but I do have the AC Floor cheerleading team. If the girls could stand, are they all here? Might be a little overlap. But this is the third state championship team in the program history and follows 2 consecutive runner-up finishes, demonstrating the team's perseverance, determination, and steady pursuit of excellence. Congratulations to the Class 4A competitive cheerleading state championship team of the AC Flora Falcons. We have head coach Lindsey West, assistant coaches Miranda Workman, Rachel Lieb, and Griffin Woods. Girls, congratulations. I look forward to recognize you every year, so I know we will not, this will not be a unique experience. Congratulations, if we can give them a round of applause.
Congratulations, AC Flora Cheerleading Squad, state champions. Hope y'all enjoy your visit up here. All right, Ms. Teeple. Ms. Teeple is recognized. Is Mr. Robbins here? All right, Ms. Teeple.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, today we're pleased to welcome the South Carolina Occupational Therapy Association to the State House in recognition of their annual Advocacy Day in celebration of Occupational Therapy Month in South Carolina. Occupational therapy plays a vital role in promoting health, wellness, and independence for people of all ages and abilities. These dedicated professionals help individuals regain or develop skills needed to live life to its fullest following illness, injury, or disability. Occupational therapy services are available across a wide range of settings, from hospitals to schools to home health, long-term care facilities, ensuring that care is tailored to meet each individual's unique needs. The expertise of licensed occupational therapists and certified occupational therapy assistants is essential to improving quality of life and supporting the well-being of South Carolinians. Please join me in thanking them for invaluable contributions to our community. Thank you, guys. Welcome to the State House.
Welcome to the State House, Occupational Therapy Societies. Y'all stand up, be recognized. Appreciate what you do for our great state. All right, does that take care of all announcements? Any further announcements? Ms. King is recognized for a special introduction. Ms. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my colleagues, I have visiting with me one of my relatives, but also my city councilwoman from Rock Hill, and just one of my best friends, Councilwoman Nikita Jackson from Rock Hill.
Welcome to the State House. Hope you enjoy your visit. All right, Clerk will read.
We have House Regulations number 5412.
Refer to the Regulations Committee. Refer to the Regulations Committee.
House Resolution recognizing and honoring Robert Anthony.
Mr. Williams requests unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Is there an objection? Hearing none, adopted.
House Resolution from Gilliard recognizing and honoring West Ashley High School Navy ROTC.
Mr. Gilliard requests unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Is there an objection? Hearing none, adopted.
House Resolution from Representative Wetmore expressing sorrow for the passing of Gregory George Anderson.
Ms. Wetmore requests unanimous consent to add the roll of the House. Is there an objection? Hearing none, adopted.
Concurrent resolution from Representative Erickson and others, 2025-2026 District Teachers of the Year.
Adopted.
Concurrent resolution from Senator Chaplin, DOT names.
Refer to the Invitations Committee.
Concurrent resolution from Senator Walker commending Alfreda Walters Tyndall.
Adopted.
New introductions from Representative Bowers. Palmetto Fellows Scholarship Program.
Refer to Education Committee.
New introduction, Representative Erickson and others, Educator Safety and Classroom Authority Act.
Refer to Education Committee.
New introduction from Representative J.L. Johnson, Energy Affordability Act.
Refer to the LCI Committee.
New introduction, Representative Pedalino, relating to Schedule 1 controlled substances.
Refer to Judiciary Committee.
New introductions, Representative Grant, Annual Review of Medications and Treatments for Chronic Diseases.
Refer to the 3M Committee.
New introduction from C. Mitchell, relating to supplementary or amended birth certificates.
Refer to the 3M Committee.
New introduction, Brandon Newton, relating to definitions for the South Carolina textiles communities.
Refer to the Ways and Means Committee.
New introduction, from the Senate, Senator Alexander, electronic filing and transmission of death certificates.
Refer to the 3M Committee.
Senate introduction from Senator Teller, create a pamphlet on rendering seizure first.
Refer to the 3M Committee.
Senate introduction from Senator Verdon and Alexander, define terms relating to the State Health Facility Licensure Act.
Refer to the 3M Committee. All right. Members, you may want to listen up before we do this. I had a meeting before we came in session, so with the majority leader and the minority leader. I don't know where the minority leader is right now, but that's not unusual, I guess. So we've talked about this. We got a 26-page calendar today, and then there's events and things that people want to do this afternoon. So in lieu of staying here and working all night, what we have decided is that we're going to unfortunately have to cancel furlough next week. So we'll be in session on Tuesday and noon. And sorry to have to do this, but we had problems, and I told y'all we had to get through this, and the majority leader and minority leader concur. So that's what it is. So happy April Fool's Day. All right, that brings us to third reading, statewide uncontested bills. Clerk will read.
House 4292.
All right, pending question is third reading of House Bill 4292. Roll call. Mr. Burns requests roll call. Mr. Haddon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, enough for roll call. Roll call is required in order. Voting on the board. During, you ready? During roll call, Mr. Chapman is recognized for a quick introduction. Mr. Chapman.
Good morning. Today I'd like to introduce our hospital system in the upstate. This ANMED Hospital is one of the largest independent nonprofit organizations.
Hold on a second, Mr. All right, members, Mr. Jordan, find your seat, please. All right. Mr. Chapman, you're recognized.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'd like to recognize ANMED Hospital. It's one of the largest independent hospital systems that's a nonprofit in the upstate and in South Carolina. With us today is Michael Cunningham, Brett Justice, Chad Lott, Laurel Sy, and Scott Wisklett. Thank you for being at the State House, and please join me in welcoming them to the State House. Thank you.
Welcome to the State House. Appreciate you being here today. Thank you for what you do for our great state. All right, time's expired, polls closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 102 to 0, House Bill 4292 receives third reading. That brings us to page 9 of the calendar, House Bill 4804. Clerk will read.
House Bill 4804, Travis Moore and Pope.
All right, pending question is third reading of House Bill 4804. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, ayes have it. Bill receives third reading. That brings us to the bottom of page 9, House Bill 4591. Clerk will read.
House Bill 4591.
Pending question is third reading of House Bill 4591. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, ayes have it. Bill receives third reading. That brings us to page 10 of the calendar, House Bill 5075. Clerk will read.
House Bill 5075.
Pending question is third reading of House Bill 5075. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, ayes have it. Bill receives third reading. That brings us to the bottom of page 10, House Bill 3013. Clerk read.
House 3013, Robbins and others.
Pending question is adoption or is third reading of House Bill 3013. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, ayes have it. Bill receives third reading. That brings us on page 11 to 4761. Clerk will read.
House 4761, Representatives Erickson and many others.
Pending question is third reading of House Bill 4761. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed, ayes have it. Bill receives third reading. That brings us on bottom of page 11, House Bill 3873. Clerk will read.
House 3873, Representative Erickson and others.
Pending question is third reading of House Bill 3873. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, ayes have it. Bill receives third reading. That brings us to page 12, House Bill 4610. Clerk will read.
House 4610.
Pending question is third reading of House Bill 4610. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, ayes have it. Bill receives third reading. That brings us on page 12 to second reading statewide uncontested bills. First up is House Bill 5168. Clerk will read.
House Bill 5168 from the Education Committee, favorable with Amendment Number 1. The committee report.
All right, Mr. Mitchell is recognized to explain the committee report. Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the committee report, there's a small amendment correcting the title of the song from Carolina Until I Die to Carolina When I Die. It was a Scrivener's error when staff prepared it, and we just asked that it be adopted.
All right, pending question is adoption of amendment number 1. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, ayes have it. Amendment's adopted. Mr. Mitchell, you want to explain the bill, or you already done that?
I'll explain it 30
All right,
seconds.
Mr. Mitchell is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, now that we've corrected the title, we've already introduced Mr. Davis, who's from Camden. He's a state poet laureate. This is a song that's been out actually for a couple years, but current version is out on the raves with three of our artists from South Carolina. They're very well known: Darius Rucker, Edwin McCain, and then of course Patrick Davis. This was one that's filed by me, but it's supported by the governor, and I believe it actually passed subcommittee in the Senate this morning. So in a companion bill. So I would move for passage.
All right, Mr. Brenton, for what purpose you rise?
All right. Mr. Speaker, I had a question for Representative Mitchell.
All right, you're recognized for a question.
Could we get an example of how it would sound with your velvety tones, Mr.
That question's out of order, Mr. Brenton. Please sit down. We don't want Mr. Mitchell singing. Pending question is second reading of House Bill 5168. Roll call is required in order. Voting on the board. And during roll call, Mr. Brandon Cox. Mr. Cox, for a quick introduction. Mr. Cox is recognized. Members, listen out. Mr. Cox is recognized for introduction during roll call. Mr.
Representative
Cox.
Posey and I are up here to welcome to the State House community health workers. Where y'all at?
Hold on a second. Members, we got an introduction.
Y'all stand up. Okay, community health workers are trusted members of the community. They serve and they share lived experiences with individuals and families they support. Community health workers provide health education, skill building, and care coordination. They are vital to our state. We appreciate you. We love you. Representative Hosey, did you want to say a couple words?
All right, Mr. Hosey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It has been my honor to be a CHW ally for many years. I'm so proud that the South Carolina Community Health Workers Association and the South Carolina CHW Creek Gentian and Council are nationally recognized as having the highest professional standard and best trained CHWs. With gratitude for their accomplishment and hard work, we welcome them for making people in South Carolina healthier. Thank you so much.
Welcome to the State House. Thank you for what you do for our great state. Hope you enjoy your visit. All right, time's expired, polls closed. Clerk will tabulate by a vote of 100 to 7. House Bill 5168 receives second reading. That brings us to House Bill 4805. Clerk will read.
House Bill 4805 from the Judiciary Committee, favorable with Amendment Number 1, a committee report.
All right. Mr. Jordan is recognized to explain the committee report. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you a big picture on this piece of legislation. It does several things, all of which should feel familiar in some capacity. We're dealing with, of course, judges in 4805. The first thing, as you might remember, in working with Chief Justice Kittredge a few years ago, we identified, I think, 3 areas in South Carolina that were in need of additional family court judges. Passed that I believe either last year or last session. At that time, I believe I told the body that we would be moving forward at some point in the near future in the same type discussion. Of course, as South Carolina grows and the need, more cases come along, we need additional judges. We would be coming back and looking at the circuit court in the not too distant future. The first part of this bill does just that. We add 4 new circuit court judges in specific parts of the state. In the 5th Circuit, that would be specifically Kershaw County, the 6th Circuit, which covers Chester, Lancaster, Fairfield counties, the 10th Circuit, which would be specifically in Oconee County, and then lastly in the 15th Circuit, which covers Horry and Georgetown. It does stagger the implementation, the bill does. I believe the first two to come into place essentially immediately upon approval would be the Oconee and the Kershaw seat, and then the following year, the Chester, Lancaster, Fairfield seat and the Horry, Georgetown County seat would kick in the next year, staggering the implementation of it. So again, 4 new circuit judges. Also, as you might remember, again, I believe it was either last year or last session, we, in working in concert with the Chief Justice, converted many seats from at-large seats to resident seats in order to better spread the seats across the state. We do that in here as well, I believe, in several parts of the state, both in circuit as well as in family court seats. And then lastly, and again, this should feel familiar as well, as we've done this, I think, in 3 other pieces of legislation, we include language that brings our circuit court, not just circuit court, our judges, their retirement system would vest after 8 as opposed to the current of 10 years. That is simply to bring them in line with both the solicitors as well as the public defenders, all of which are in the same retirement system. The latter 2 vest after 8 years, with the judges after 10. This would put them all on an even playing field, in the same retirement system, vesting at 8 years. That's essentially the bill, Mr. Speaker.
All right, Mr. Hayes is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Jordan.
Yes, sir.
So we're taking these at-large seats and putting them in circuits. That's correct?
Yes, sir. As you know, historically, we had a lot of at-large seats. The issue came that certain population centers would essentially gobble up all the at-large seats. This is an attempt, again, in working in concert with the Chief Justice, to make sure we have a spreading of these judicial seats across the state.
So the question would be, will you be coming back next year adding additional at-large seats? Do you think that you would have to do that?
That would be the goal, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Williams recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Jordan, for working on this, because one of the things that this do it help the backlog of our court system?
Yes, sir, that is definitely a major component of this. Again, as we've seen South Carolina growing, the number of cases that we've asked our court system to handle is growing. That creates a longer length of time, as you just described, a backlog of cases. So this is an effort to, again, target areas of the state that are growing, putting more judges in those particular areas, and in hopes to help fight the issue you just described in the backlog.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, out of curiosity, because we have folks sitting in these county jails and sitting all over the state for a long period of time, and certainly they have the right to have their cases heard before a judge, and this would expedite the piece of that process. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it does that. Again, you hit the nail on the head. There are individuals charged that are sitting in jails for a long period of time waiting on their day in court. It also affects the civil docket as well. Folks that someone has been sued and they have to wait an additional time, either to, if they're the plaintiff, to get their day in court, or if they're the defendant and feel like a trial is necessary for them to clear their name. So it affects both the criminal and the civil.
Yeah.
Representative Williams.
And one of the things I'm very concerned about is that, when folks are sitting in jail for so long.
Members, hold on a second. Ms. Edison wants order, so members, if you got conversations, take them outside, please. All right, go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that I'm concerned about is when they're sitting there for so long, and there have been transition between lawyers and other folks that work the court system, where the cases kind of get lost in the shuffle. And I'm just curious that we can make sure that with these judges, we can kind of speed up and close the gap as far as when folks are leaving the court system for whatever reason in terms of employment, the information kind of go along with the person who's leaving employment. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. You described essentially a host of issues that are being dealt with right now, and hopefully this will remedy on both sides of the discussion. If you're the defendant and you want your trial, you want your day in court, some of these cases are having to wait a long time, but also on the prosecution side, I've heard many prosecutors say the case doesn't get better with age. Law enforcement involved in the case may retire, move away, all kinds of different things happen. These cases need to move quicker, and this is an effort to help with that issue.
Well, I certainly thank you, because I just received a letter from a lady this week indicating that, she's concerned about her case because this was a case where her child was murdered. And she's afraid of the fact that, it's been so long, it's been lost in the shuffle, So I just want to thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. All right, pending question is adoption of amendment number 1. All right, Ms. Cobb-Hunter is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Jordan, thank you as well for the work you're doing. You said something, though, about retirement, which caught my ear. Can you run through that again and tell me if there's a fiscal impact on our retirement system? Because did you know those of us who remember back when we were really bleeding red ink are very cautious, if you will, when it comes to changes or adding to the retirement system? Just want to know if that has a fiscal impact.
It does, Representative Cobb-Hunter. Reading the bottom paragraph, the bill will have a minimal impact as to retirement issue as to judges and solicitors, and largely that's because we're not dealing with again, this doesn't get into the weeds. You're probably more familiar with
Does it say how much of a fiscal, is there a dollar amount there? Sorry to cut you off. They didn't.
Because it just says minimal, and that's because, again, you're just changing the time of which investing occurs.
Okay.
We're not changing that overall structure where, and again, I'm going to give an example that may not be 100% right, but an individual has to serve for 25 or 28 years to fully maximize their retirement. This just puts that vesting trigger on the same date.
And it's that vesting trigger that gives me pause. Thank you
Yes,
so
ma'am.
much, Mr. Jordan. Thank you, Mr.
All right, pending questions, adoption of amendment number 1. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, ayes have it. Amendment number 1 is adopted. Mr. Jordan, having explained the amendment and the bill, the pending questions, second reading of House Bill 4805. Roll call is required in order. Voting on the board. And Mr. Robbins is recognized for a special introduction while we're doing in roll call. Mr. Robbins. All right, while Mr. Robbins get ready, Mr. Gagnon is recognized for a special introduction of his family. Mr. Gagnon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With me today on the floor, I have my 2 lovely daughters, Leah and Anna, and my 3 grandchildren. And I've got Abby, Lydia, and Tucker. And I would like to have a nice warm welcome from the State House for my grandkids and my daughters. Thank you.
Welcome to the State House. Hope you enjoy your visit here today. All right, Mr. Robbins is now recognized. Mr. Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If it had been a snake, it would have bit me. It was right in front of my face. Good morning, everyone. Today is a big day. Today is the first day of our recognition of Child Abuse Month. If anybody in the body works with child abuse victims or is interested in that subject, please come on up and join me. In the balcony today, we have the men and women who work tirelessly to protect our children each and every day. They are the folks that make our 17 child advocacy centers across South Carolina go. And we are proud to have them with us today and to recognize them. Up in the balcony, With me is Representative Paula Calhoun and Mr. Tom Knapp, and we have a resolution that we passed earlier in recognition of the hard work that they do. And I just want to say thank you first and foremost to each and every one of you who are here today for what you do each and every day to protect our child victims of sexual and physical abuse. And Mr. Speaker, I could, if you will, I'll give some brief stats about what these folks do. We got 31 children's advocacy centers across the state, many individuals and organizations who work together to respond to child abuse and neglect in South Carolina. Children's advocacy centers help over 14,000 abused children in South Carolina each year by providing services and coordinated responses that are designed to help child victims and families find comfort, healing, and justice. By providing these services, CACs reduce the trauma for children. By providing direct services to children and families while assisting with coordination of investigative services. They save money by coordinated services for child victims of abuse, their non-offending family members, and caregivers. We have a statewide child abuse response protocol, thanks to you members of the General Assembly in South Carolina, to ensure all children have access to evidence-based services provided by CACs in their time of need. The South Carolina Network of Children Advocacy Centers and the South Carolina Department of Social Services have collaborated on a database integration for referrals from DSS to CACs that helps to ensure that all child victims of abuse receive timely evidence-based services provided by these CACs. Due in large part to the Response Protocol Act, South Carolina is a national leader in helping these children, and what we're doing here is being used as an example in other states. Our Child Abuse Response Protocol Act formalizes the use and role of children advocacy centers in the statewide response to child abuse, and they deserve and need our support to help kids find healing, justice, and trust. So on behalf of the South Carolina House of Representatives, help me welcome these folks to the State House and thank them for what they do for our children.
Welcome to the State House. Thank you for what you do for our state and our children. Appreciate you being here today. All right, time's expired, polls closed. Clerk will tabulate by a vote of 109 to 0. House Bill 4805 received second reading. That brings us to withdrawals of objections, requests for debate. Any withdrawals of objections, requests for debate? Hearing none, unanimous consent request. Any unanimous consent request? Mr. Magnuson, for what purpose you rise?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent for H 5183 to be withdrawn from the Judiciary Committee and placed on the calendar. This is closed primaries.
All right, Ms. Cobb-Hunter objects. Any further ones? Mr. Kilmartin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent on pulling Senate Bill 1020 from the delegation and put on the House calendar.
What delegation and what does bill do, Mr. Kilmartin?
Say again?
What delegation do you want to pull it?
Lexington County.
And what does bill have to deal with?
It deals with partisan school board elections.
Okay. So, and what's the number of Senate Bill?
1020.
1020. All right. Mr. Kilmartin requests to recall Senate Bill 1020 from the Lexington County delegation. Is there an objection? All right. Ms. Waters objects. All right. Any further? Ms. Edgerton, for what purpose you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to request that Bill 4671 be moved from Judiciary to the House floor. It is the anti-Sharia law bill.
All right. Ms. Edgerton requests unanimous consent for 4671 to be recalled from the Judiciary. Mr. King objects. Seeing no further requests, we are now on vetoes. Clerk will read. We're on page 13, House Bill 5182. Clerk will read.
We have a veto message from the governor. Mr. Speaker, members of the House, I am hereby vetoing and returning without my approval House 5182.
All right. Ms. Erickson, Mr. Hager, you going to explain what this does? If it's veto, come up here and explain from the well, please, sir. All right, Mr. Hager is recognized to explain the veto. Mr. Hager.
Wrong thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill we were putting forward to give the counties the right to support their charter schools directly. Jasper County wanted to be a pilot for that, to try it, so it was a local bill to give them that right. The governor has said that they already have that right through home rule, so he vetoed the bill, and we don't think we need to override the veto. We'll just let it go forward and let them attempt it and see what happens. And he says they already have the right through home rule to do that. Our counties have been told in the past they don't. So if the governor believes they do, we're going to, Mr. Speaker, I don't think we need to try to override the veto at this time.
So Mr. Hager, having explained the veto and requesting that his local bill be sustained, pending question is, shall the act become law, the veto of His Excellency the Governor to the contrary notwithstanding, vote green to override or vote red to sustain. The roll call is required in order. Voting on the board. All right, have all members voted? Any objection, cutting roll call short? Hearing none, polls closed. Clerk tabulate. By a vote of 113 to 0, the House sustains the veto up by the governor. All right, that brings us to page 13, and we're on Senate amendments. Clerk will read.
Senate returned with amendments. House 4756, originally from the Judiciary Committee, favorable with amendment.
All right, Mr. Hyatt, for what purpose you rise? Mr. Hyatt moves to adjourn debate until April 14th. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, ayes have it. Debate is hereby adjourned until April 14th. All right, that brings us to Senate amendments on page 14, House Bill 3856. Ms. Erickson is recognized to explain the amendments. Ms. Erickson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this was our DMV cleanup bill that we passed unanimously earlier in session, and the Senate has put on something that we've been working on for several years. The e-titling, and the automobile dealers and the DMV have worked out all the details. It is nice to have a kumbaya moment. The Senate added that on there. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like us to concur.
All right. Pending question is whether the House concurs in the amendments of the Senate. Ms. Erickson, having recommended that we concur, roll call is required in order. Vote green to concur, red to non-concur. Voting on the board. Hey, Mr. Haddon. Mr. Haddon, I remembered you want to do an introduction. You want to do it real quick? Okay, sorry. All right, all members voted. Any objection, cutting roll call short. Hearing none, polls closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 110 to 0, the House concurs in the Senate amendments. All right, Ms. Burns is recognized for a special introduction. Ms. Burns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like for you to pay attention in the balcony. We have a guest that I met last year up in South Dakota. We have a senator from South Dakota with us, and Senator Corbin's wife's with them, and the senator's daughter, Mary. Would Senator Laura Nelson and that group stand, and would the South Carolina House welcome them to South Carolina? Thank you for being here today. I hope you enjoy.
Welcome to South Carolina. I hope you enjoy your visit here today. Thank you for being here. All right. All right, that brings us now to page 15, House Bill 3931. Mr. Wooten will explain the Senate amendments. Mr. Wooten is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just as a synopsis, this is a coastal tideland and wetlands permit application. 3931 deals with shortening the permitting timeline for coastal tideland and wetland projects. The current law requires the department to act within 90 days of the application being filed. This bill requires the department to act 90 days of an administratively complete application, or the application is deemed approved. The Senate amendment just changes the 90 days of an administratively complete application to 90 days of the public comment closing period. It's a good change that syncs with the federal permitting requirements, so we would just ask that we concur with the Senate amendments.
All right, Mr. Wooten, having explained the Senate amendments and recommends that you concur, pending question is whether to concur in the Senate amendments. Roll call is required in order. Vote green to concur, vote red to non-concur. Voting on the board. All right, during roll call, all right, time's expired, polls closed. Clerk tabulate by a vote of 112 to 0. The House concurs with the Senate amendments. So with that, Mr. Haddon is recognized for a special introduction. Mr. Haddon, Farmer of the Week.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we are honored to have the members of the South Carolina Small Fruit Growers and its Association joining us at the State House. Beth White, with President Black Peaches in York County, Michael Karen and Brinkley Parker, Hickory Bluff Farm in Berkeley County. And now I can see. Cal Hucks with Coosall Farms in Beaufort County. Luke McKenzie, McKenzie Farms in Lexington County. The small group, the Small Fruit Growers Association, represents our small fruit growers all over South Carolina, which includes blueberries, strawberries, blackberries, and raspberries. Please be on the lookout for the strawberries that they've shared with us today delivered to your offices. This group is a wonderful example of agriculture in our state, and we are so proud to call them the South Carolina Farm Bureau Farmers of the Week. Please welcome.
Welcome to the State House, and thank you for what you do. Congratulations, Farmers of the Week.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, Ms. Haddon, thank you, sir. All right, this brings us to second reading, statewide contested bills, House Bill 4758. Clerk will read.
4758, Weston Newton, judiciary favorable. Amendment number 1 is the committee report.
All right, Mr. Newton. All right, Mr. Brandon Newton moves to adjourn debate.
Simple.
All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, ayes have it. Debate is
Simple.
hereby adjourned. Simple
Right
adjourn
here.
debate. That brings us to House Bill 4817. Clerk will read.
4817, Brewer. We have an amendment on the bill. LCI committee. Favorable with amendment number 1, which is the committee report.
All right, Mr. Brewer is recognized to explain the committee report. Mr. Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've got House Bill
Thank you. God bless you.
4817. It's the first product of the Insurance Rate Review Ad Hoc Committee. We had many meetings over the interim, hours and hours of testimony from insurance experts on general issues and the current state of the insurance market in South Carolina. The committee heard testimony from the Department of Insurance, SLED, DMV, a University of South Carolina professor, South Carolina Wind and Hail Underwriting Association, national insurance carriers doing business in South Carolina, South Carolina-based insurance companies, other industry experts and trade associations. These experts were asked to provide their insight and recommendations for legislative measures that will put downward pressure on insurance rates. A consensus among many of these experts was that reducing the frequency and severity of claims and increasing competition in the marketplace has a direct correlation on lowering our insurance rates. As a result, 4817 is a bill that seeks to improve the availability and affordability of residential property and casualty insurance and personal auto insurance in our state by tackling insurance fraud and predatory roofing practices, enhancing mitigation, incentives and tax credits, improving public education and business recruitment efforts, and by increasing policyholder protections. This bill does not address liquor liability. It does not address tort reform or litigation reform. It does not address road and highway safety or DUI laws. These concepts were outside of this bill, and we are continuing to work with our committee and keep our committee open to address more issues as we go along. Again, this is just the first of what this committee is going to be working on. Some of the topics in this bill is we're going to be working with the Department of Insurance to add duties to the Director of Insurance statutorily, addressing roofing fraud, working with the Department of Insurance LLR, and SLED on a fraud division amongst the Department of Insurance, mitigation discounts, mitigation advisory committee, loss mitigation grant programs, a safe home program, auto insurance, glass deductible moving from must to may. On this, we also we had amendments to our bill where we added in working with the LLR, working with testimony that moves the roofing and fraud investigation unit over to the insurance fraud unit. We have Amendment 2, which was holding those people accountable for the fraud, creating penalties for those who commit the fraud, and holding them accountable to help keep our rates down. We've got rid of the non-economic damage, no strike, the strike of no pay, no play, Section 16. We also worked on the auto glass, getting rid of the must provide to may provide, and making sure that we had discount benchmarks with the Department of Insurance. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill with amendments.
All right, Mr. Bamberg is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Brewer, a couple of questions about the legislation, and starting with the windshield glass. That's your car windshield right now. As I understand it, the law says if you get a chip in your windshield or a crack, your auto insurer has to cover the cost of replacing that windshield, right?
Correct.
And this would change it from being mandatory to they may.
Right.
Wouldn't that lead to the insurance companies maybe trying to charge more? For example, instead of it being required, they go offer it to you at a cost, and then the South Carolinian has to pay extra money to that insurance company to get their windshield repaired.
Yeah, so that's a great question, Representative. So right now, that already is being covered in your rate. So you're paying for it whether you get your replacement windshield or not, because they've had.
All right, members, people cannot hear. So if you have conversations, please take them outside.
The cost of those insurance, by mandating that they cover that, by mandating that they replace that, even if people were going in with a chip instead of getting it repaired, they were still getting their windshield replaced. The cost of windshields when this was enacted was the average cost was around $39. Now they're close to around $700 to $800. And this is all baked into your rate currently right now. So by making it a may instead of a must, now you have the opportunity. If you want to have that coverage, you can pay for that to have that coverage. If you want to have your insurance covered, or if you want a windshield covered, you can do that, or you can go take care of it yourself. This, in our state alone, we had $170 million worth of windshield claims last year.
So in other words, what I hear is the insurance companies over time have baked those costs into people's premiums without even telling them. Like, it's not line item on the like, there's no windshield replacement cost premium. They just bake it in, right?
Well, I don't know that they baked it in. We mandated that they had that in there, so they had to recover their costs. They're not going to take a $170 million hit. They're going to make sure they at least get their $170 million taken care of, and they're going to spread that around their ratepayers. So now by taking that out of that plate and taking that loss off of their desk, off of their plate, now they have the option to not have that anymore.
Yeah, and I get it, but on the windshield part, I've had a situation before where I'm driving and windshield gets chipped. I call, I get the new windshield, and 2 weeks later, an 18-wheeler on I-26 kicks up a rock, and boom, now I got another crack. And that's always been geared, would you agree, towards the safety of people on our roads. In other words, if a citizen maybe didn't have $500 to pay out of pocket for a windshield, by keeping the windshields fixed, it saves the lives of people on our roads. So while I understand the insurance companies want to save more money, my question would be, why can't they take the billions of dollars in profit they make every year and we still be able to focus on keeping people safe on our roads? I don't really like that part of the bill, did you know? My question, let me ask you this. Is there anything in, and I preface this by saying I appreciate the work that LCI has done under the leadership of Representative Earl Kurzman and you all. Is there anything in this bill that would mandate that if a citizen in this state has a policy and goes claim-free for 10, 15 years, 5 years, that the insurance company has to provide them a premium discount for having a claims-free history?
No, we've learned over and over, and not only through testimony, just through normal business practices, that mandates equate to cost going up. That creates a base cost that has to be built into their rates.
So, and I agree, right? Because the state allows it. Did you know? If we go as a state and try to force the insurance companies to treat people right, they in turn say, kiss our ass, and they up the prices on everybody. That's been going on for decades in this state. I wish that we had, did you know, in this bill, something that, is there anything in here that regulates the insurance industry at all? Any aspects of the insurance industry?
So within this bill, this is stuff that helps create, again, the environment for competition. So again, regulations and mandates, we believe, drive cost up. But if we create competition, and I'm not saying, and I know you're not either, I'm not saying all insurance companies are alike, but there's going to be some insurance companies that take these opportunities to go earn the business of their ratepayers, that make sure that they use these as ways to sell this to folks that they may absorb a windshield cost. They may absorb something because that's their way of marketing, their way of doing things. There may be other companies that say, heck with it, we're not. But the free market will help take care of that, because those companies that are not won't get the business, while the ones that aren't trying to earn the others will get the business.
And did you know, I understand in an ideal world, for example, South Carolina Farm Bureau, in my opinion, is one of the best insurance companies in the state because of how they take care of their insureds, right? But would you agree with me, and I'm sure you would, that we cannot compare a South Carolina Farm Bureau, which is more of like a family type insurance thing if you're a policyholder, to these other insurance companies, for example, Berkshire Hathaway, right, which Warren Buffett was the CEO of Berkshire, he's now stepped aside. Berkshire Hathaway also owns Geico Auto Insurance. I don't see a world, or let me ask you this, do you see a world, or has there been any indication through the committee process that Berkshire Hathaway...
I hate to interrupt you, but Mr. Brewer, your first 10 minutes has expired. Do you wish to have second 10 minutes? Mr. Brewer is recognized for a second 10 minutes. Mr. Brewer. Ms. Spanberg, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Any indication during the subcommittee committee process that the behemoth insurers, which are the problem in terms of pricing on South Carolinians, Berkshire Hathaway or any of their subsidiaries, they have trucking insurance subsidiaries like Cypress Insurance. Then you have insurance companies like Burlington Insurance, right? And then you have Geico Insurance. And then you'll have companies like Nationwide that also own subsidiaries. And did you know, is there anything from any of these insurers that they're actually going to go and try to lower the cost? Or are they just saying, hey, state, don't regulate us because we're going to pass it on to the consumer. Don't mandate us because we're just going to pass it on to the consumer. Or is it just a hope and a prayer that these billion-dollar companies are going to, out of the kindness of their heart, do us right for our constituents?
So what I will say is you brought up a lot of companies and a lot of different sizes of companies, and I would tell you that all of the above is the answer, is meaning all of the above create the competition that will help put downward pressure on that rates. There is nothing that will guarantee, there is no silver bullet, there's nothing in there that we can say this will definitely lower rates. But we do know if we have multiple companies trying to earn the business of one person, they're going to incentivize themselves to make sure they earn that person's business.
Unless they work together to all make as much
Thank
money
goodness
as
we have
possible.
collusion laws against that.
Thank you, Representative Brewer. I know other people have questions.
All right, Ms. Cobb-Hunter is recognized for a question. Ms. Cobb-Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Brewer, let me, if I may, go back to the whole glass replacement piece. Now, as I was listening to your responses to Mr. Bamberg, the notion of the replacement, is that automatically, did I understand you to say that that is pretty much automatically written into the cost of the premium?
Well, I'm telling you, the losses are put into the cost of a premium. So any loss that a company would have, they have to present the Department of Insurance their losses, their profits, everything that they have, and then that's how they come up with their rates. So technically, yes, if there's a replacement cost for a windshield that these days could get up to $5,000 for a windshield, that's going to be considered a loss for them. That's something they have to absorb.
Is there anywhere in this bill or the amendment where that is offset? In other words, if it's baked in, and if this bill is now saying, hey, y'all can't do that anymore, or at least not at the rate you were doing it, is there a companion piece that reduces the rates based on that being baked into the cost?
What's in this bill is by removing $170 million worth of losses, there's the opportunity for the losses to go down. So that means when they submit their rate case, they can't show as much losses. So their approval of their rates would be dependent upon making sure that they have that covered. And if they don't have those in there, then our rate should come down.
Well, let me stop you on that, because let me ask you this. Mr. Speaker, could we please have just
All right, hold on a second. Members, all right. The LCI gang, y'all cause a noise. All right. Thank you. Mr. Calhoun, you're recognized. Mr. Kurzman brings his posse up here, and then they create a ruckus up front.
And did you know, Mr. Speaker, I wondered why is it with LCI, they travel as a posse.
We have to.
They all up here by their chairman.
It's called safety in numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Brewer, did you know that your chairman is such a nice guy? Everybody likes him, and I don't know why he feels the need to have all y'all around him, protecting him like that.
He just loves company. He loves being around people. He's a man of the people.
Okay, well, let me just say real quickly what you just said. Now, are we trusting but verifying? Is there language in here that says to the insurance companies, y'all, if this happens, y'all gonna have to do this? Or are we just leaving it up to the insurers to say, we're gonna reduce the rate?
I'm glad you brought that up, because there actually is language in here that they have to come before our insurance committee, the Department of Insurance does, and explain what's been going on every single year to give us a state of the insurance. And we're keeping this ad hoc committee open so that way we can continue to address legislation as we need to and as it changes. And if we don't see the results that we think we need, then we can make sure that we can try something different and introduce more legislation to create that downward pressure.
And does our director of insurance have the authority? Because, usually we don't let people do stuff unless we tell them. Does the insurance commissioner have the authority to take the action you just described?
They do with this bill.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Brewer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, Mr. Jeff Johnson. Mr. Johnson's recognized for a question.
Representative Brewer, how are you doing?
Doing wonderful.
Great.
How are you doing, Mr. Chairman?
You're doing a great job at the well.
Well, thank you, sir.
I want to ask you a couple of questions. Did you know that legislative oversight, that a couple of years ago that we took up the issue of insurance fraud, worked on it?
I was aware that y'all were doing substantial work on this.
Outstanding. Thank you. It sounds like you know your bill and what's in it. And did you know that I filed a bill this session dealing with insurance fraud?
Yes, sir, I did.
And it's my understanding that you may have used a lot of that bill in here when it came to the insurance fraud section.
Yes, sir, I sure did.
Well, thank you for the good work you did, and thank you for including those, and you're doing a great job at the well.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all the work that you and your committee have done as y'all were pouring through everything and providing a lot of recommendations that we did use for this bill and did add to this bill and make sure it's a better bill for the state of South Carolina.
That's what we're aimed for, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
That's our aim. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Landon is recognized for a question. Ms. Landon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Brewer, two quick things. One is to try to illustrate, 2 years ago, did you know that I had a rock hit my windshield?
I did not.
Yeah, you probably didn't. I've got this little spot, right? But looking at it, I said, I don't think this is going to make any difference, and I'm not going to waste whoever would come and do the windshielding your parking lot. I'm not going to waste their time and energy. But do you think it's a moral hazard that some people would say, hey, I can get that done for free. Let me call them up and have those Glass Plus folks come right over?
Well, it's not our job to legislate morality on that, but I can tell you with us, it was taking, a lot of folks were we're taking advantage of the opportunity to get a new windshield rather than repair a windshield.
Right, and point being, I've driven for 2 years. It made absolutely no difference in my driving or ability to see. Moral hazard, not referring to people's morals. It's referring to the risk that because it's free, you'll take advantage of it. So
That's
exactly
correct.
what you said. Sir, are you familiar with the no-fault insurance concept?
Explain a little bit more for me if you don't mind.
Okay, so my husband had what we called a foreign service assignment. He had to become a branch manager up in Michigan for 2 years. So, sorry, Michiganders, but it was a long, long way from where we're from. And so we went up there, and it turned out immediately, we were in North Carolina at the time, immediately our insurance rates on our cars doubled. And that was shocking because neither one of us had any issues. So with no-fault insurance, similarly to when you mandate things like windshields, somebody else could be out there and be a terrible driver. Do you know that you have no incentive to even carry insurance, much less be the best possible driver you can be, because everybody pays the same rate. And how do you think they do that? How does everybody pay the same rate?
Oh, they're spreading it amongst everybody's losses amongst yours. So you're paying for other people's accidents.
Exactly. So even if you do your best to be a great driver, you're still paying just as much as everybody else.
Right.
When we moved back to South Carolina, back to God's country, so to speak, what did we find? Our homeowners went way up because of hurricanes, but our auto insurance dropped down back to half again. Do you think that illustrates what you're trying to do here, sir?
We hope that's what we're trying to do. Look, there's no silver bullet again, and what we've built into this with the help of oversight, with the help of our committee, with the help of the Standing Insurance Committee, is provide as much information, as much testimony, as much expert witnesses into this to build the right bill that'll start putting that downward pressure on rates.
Thank you for the bill.
All right, Mr. Huff is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for taking my question, Representative Brewer. Do you know the history on why this originated in our state in the first place? 'Cause I know all states don't do this.
Yeah, we used to have inspections. So we used to have an inspection sticker, and cars would have to go in and get inspected, and they would have to, pass an inspection to be able to get their sticker to be able to drive down the roads.
All right. Did you know that I grew up in a family business where we actually did those inspections?
I did not know that.
And so that was absolutely, you had to have, your headlights, horn had to blow, windshield had to be clear, all those good things. However, there was more to that story than just having your windshield clear that caused legislature to actually mandate this for insurance. What actually happened was people were following around DOT trucks and claiming that the DOT truck threw a rock into their windshield, and then getting the state.
I hate to interrupt you, but Mr. Brewer, your second 10 minutes has expired. Sorry. Second 10 minutes, yes, sir. All right. Yeah, you won't speak? All right, Mr. Huff's recognized to speak on the amendment. Mr. Huff.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm not trying to cause any problem. I was actually part of the problem over here, and I apologize for that, Mr. Speaker, but I was trying to get some answers on perhaps not only what this could do, but what we could also do in the future to avoid putting undue cost and expense on the taxpayer, because I believe people are creative. I think most of us have seen that. When people don't want to be responsible or held responsible and do not want to have to pay for things themselves, they will find a way to create somebody else to appear to be at fault. And so what we had decades ago now, people had figured out a way to try to make the state appear to be liable for the crack in their windshield. And so what was happening is DOT was being accused, whether rightfully or not, I don't have the proof, but the state determined, legislature determined that there was an extremely high volume, high enough that we needed to create a way for insurance to help mitigate that so that people weren't falsely claiming that our DOT trucks were busting everybody's windshields around the state. And so while I believe the motive of what's being done here is good. I don't want to be paying higher premiums on my insurance in order to pay for other people's busted windshields that I have no culpability in. I'm all for what's attempting to be done here. I would love to have some indication that my insurance rate is going to come down now as a result of me not having to pay guaranteed, zero deductible windshield coverage. I think that's a great principle right there. I'm all for that. What I would also love for LCI to do in the follow-up to this is maybe try to figure out a way, and I don't have an answer to this, but figure out a way that we could ensure that the taxpayers don't end up being held and get on the hook for this thing moving forward, because people are still going to be creative. And that's all I would say in that regard. I think I'll take a question from the chairman.
Mr. Herb Kurz, don't get too anxious. Ms. Cromer's before
I'm sorry.
you.
I apologize for that. I don't do this very often, Mr. Speaker. I did not mean to get out of...
If you want to take Mr. Herb Kurzman's place, I'm sure Ms. Cromer will allow you. But
normally I walk
we'll
away,
let her
so that's
go
what I was
first.
letting you know, is I was going to stay here this time.
All right, Ms. Cromer is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, jeez, we
I'm
got
sorry.
other ones?
Are you going to take my question?
I don't know if I want this one or not.
So, have any of these insurance companies been found to make an excess profit? I was just looking over some of the statutes.
Yeah, I believe that we're all aware that insurance companies are going to make sure they don't lose money on any deal, correct?
Well, there's actually the statute that says if any time it appears the director or his designee that rates charged for property, casualty, surety, blah, 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 and allied lines of insurance and the state excess of unreasonable in the results. Anyway, they have oversight to address that issue. I know that was brought up before, but I don't think that there's already statute that they can't receive like an excess.
So they can't make more money than they should off of the principal or off of the.
That's the way I understand the statute.
Well, that's great. That would be a great thing. I don't have an answer to
I
that.
didn't know
'cause I
if
don't
you
serve on that
were
committee.
aware of that.
Oh, thank you for sharing that. I don't serve on that committee, so I wasn't there for that discussion.
Maybe the chairman
Maybe.
can enlighten us on that.
He can put that in the form of a question and
All right.
speak to that.
Mr. Herb Kurzman is recognized for his question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure I even heard the question. I'm so sorry about that, Ms. Cromer. Mr. Huff, my question on that is, thank you for bringing that up, and your point of how is this going to lower the rates, or how can we be guaranteed that this is going to lower the rates is a great question. And I think I just want to reiterate what was said by Mr. Brewer. Is did you know that we're going to keep the ad hoc committee active? And as these changes take place, and we see even small incremental changes, did you know that we will have the insurance company's feet to the fire, and we've got the cooperation of the Department of Insurance and the other folks that have been in those meetings? Did you know?
No, I did not. Like I said, I wasn't there to see that. That's why I'm bringing this up and asking these questions. I appreciate that. I would love to know that you guys are going to watch that and continue to follow up with them and, try to make sure that if we ask for our deductible to go up, then obviously our premium should reflect that. That would be
exactly.
Great.
I mean, it's sheer numbers on it.
That would be great.
Right. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right. I think I'd like to walk away now, Mr. Speaker.
All right. Exit stage left. Thank you, Mr. Huff. All right. Pending question. All right. Pending question is adoption of amendment number 1. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Amendment number 1 is adopted. That brings us to amendment number 2. Clerk will read.
Number 2, Pace and Frank. Number 2, Pace and Frank.
Mr. Pace, Frank, Ms. Pace is recognized to explain amendment number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is to reinsert a portion of the original bill to restrict those uninsured drivers who get in an accident to economic damages. So essentially, if somebody is uninsured, they're breaking the law, and they get into an auto accident, what this amendment would do would say they cannot collect beyond hospital bills, medical bills, and lost wages. They can't do anything beyond that because they were uninsured, they weren't paying into the system, therefore they shouldn't get a multi-million-dollar judgment, extracting more from the system and raising prices for everybody. Happy to take questions.
Oh, okay. Mr. Gatch, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, Rule 9.3 says that no motion or proposition on the subject different from the rule under consideration shall be admitted under the color of amendment unless it refers to the intent of the motion or the proposition under consideration. We can't go outside of the same substantial effect or impact, and we can't go beyond or expand beyond the scope of what the title of the bill is based on the fact that this is not related to the title of the bill, which doesn't have to do with liquor liability, tort reform, or litigation liability. And to the point that Mr. Pace was making, I would say this is not germane under Rule 9.3.
So you're making a germaneness, raising the point of...
Yes, sir. That in short, this goes beyond the scope. It expands the scope, which is not allowed under 9.3, and it is not along the same lines of the same substantial effect or impact. And under Rule 9.3, an amendment cannot do that.
All right, Mr. Pace.
That might, I mean, I can see the argument later, maybe some later amendments, but this language was taken from the original bill and was removed in committee. So I think since it was in the original bill, it would be germane to the bill itself, as well as the purpose of the bill, which is primarily to lower rates. This would undoubtedly and objectively lower rates.
All right, does anyone else wish to be heard on this motion? A point of germaneness, point of order. All right, by stand at ease, let me read this.
On the southern tip of South Carolina lies one of the most unique ecosystems with diverse wildlife and a variety of landscapes. Peaceful beaches, swampy marshlands, and a coastal forest stretch across the state's 187 miles of coastline, the quintessence of which is none other than Hunting Island, now seen from the sky. Hunting Island is a 5,000-acre semi-tropical barrier island that became a state park in 1935. The centerpiece of the island is the 136-foot lighthouse located just off the shore. The original structure was built in 1859, but was later rebuilt in 1875 after its destruction during the Civil War. It was uniquely designed in interchangeable cast iron parts, each weighing upwards of 1,200 pounds. During its operational life, the rotating lamp inside the lighthouse would have been visible from 17 miles. After deactivation, it was later opened to the public and is currently the only lighthouse in South Carolina that can be accessed by visitors. Today, guests of the park can climb 167 steps to the top of the observation deck for an impressive panoramic view of the surrounding area. Further inland, the area is dominated by mudflats and the winding pools of the marshland. On the boardwalks, wetland birds like the great blue heron can be seen in the cordgrass, searching for their next meal. Further down the pathways, the dense maritime forest offers protection from the predators. The trees reaching the canopy of the forest have thinner leaves to absorb maximum exposure, while trees near the forest floor have broader leaves so they can try and soak up what bit of sunlight slips through. Towards the shoreline, a saltwater lagoon sits between the beach and forest. Created by sand dredging, the lagoon used to be separated completely from the Atlantic Ocean. But now, the sea breaches part of the shore and converges with the lagoon. Its quiet atmosphere and thriving fish population make it the perfect place for anglers or visitors looking to relax near water but away from the surf.
All right, prepared the rules. Anybody want to be heard before I rule?
Though the island has a very serene sensation, it's experienced its fair share of violent weather and dramatic changes over the years.
I agree that this is probably a good policy, but it's misplaced. This is not germane. The substantial effect of this has to deal with insurance. And so with this bill deals with insurance and does not deal with non-economic damages, does not deal with damages, does not deal with tort. I heard Mr. Brewer say it does not deal with any tort-related issues. And the substantial effect of this bill, of this amendment, is to limit damages which sound in tort, personal injury or death, where if they are not in compliance with automobile insurance policy. That means it doesn't mean just collecting insurance premiums. It means collecting any damages, and that is outside the scope of the bill. And I rule your amendment out of order, Mr. Pace.
Amendment number 2 is out of order. The next
amendment.
The next amendment is number 3, Pace and Frank. Number 3.
All right, Mr. Pace. Ms. Pace, you 3. Mr. Frank. Mr. Frank, you recognize to explain amendment number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment here deals with the mandate on liquor liability insurance. Since we're talking about reducing premiums, South Carolina is one of 5 states that requires a mandate on liquor liability insurance in order to have a liquor liability or an alcohol license. We did not have this statute until about 2017, and since then we have seen, I think as we've all heard from many of our constituents, the rapidly rising cost of liquor liability insurance in the state of South Carolina, to the point where most carriers have pulled out of being able to do business in the state. Since we've enacted this, we've seen premiums rise even from about 2020, where I had a client paying about $1,500 a year, going up the following year to $5,000 a year with no claims, then $15,000 the next year to $80,000 the year after, because we've limited the free market being able to operate in the state of South Carolina. Most states don't have this mandate. The ones that do have a substantially lower minimum even of $100,000, maybe $300,000. Ours is at $1 million. We've all had constituents going out of business because they simply cannot afford the insurance that the state requires them to have. And so therefore, this amendment seeks to repeal that mandate, given that we are attempting to put downward pressure on premiums. This would then allow insurance professionals to do our job.
Mr. Gatch, you got another point of order?
I do, Your Honor. I do, Mr. Speaker. And while I agree with Mr. Frank that insurance companies are bad actors in raising insurance rates when they should not, and I appreciate his stance on that, thank you, Mr. Frank, I do also believe that under Rule 9.3 that this goes beyond the scope. It expands the scope, and it is not in the same substantial effect or impact as the bill itself. This is getting into liquor liability, which Chairman Brewer had already stated before was not a part of this bill. So for those reasons, I would say that it's not germane under Rule 9.3. But thank you, Mr. Frank.
All right, Mr. Frank, do you want to be heard on that?
This bill does directly deal with insurance products, and the way that we're dealing with them, whether we're mandating things or not. We're talking about mandating windshield claims. So we're already dealing with mandated coverages. This amendment deals with a different mandated coverage.
Does anybody else wish to be heard on point of order? Mr. Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just rise to concur with Representative Gatch in terms of this being out of order. There are several meetings that I sit in, and as we talked about, the liquor liability was not a part of what this amendment does. So I confer on the side of Mr. Gatch, Representative Gatch, saying that this amendment is out of order.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Yeah, Mr. Frank is recognized.
Just further reiterating the substantial effect of the bill. The bill itself does actually deal with the mandates of coverages, and so since this amendment is dealing with mandates of coverages, I would support that it is germane.
All right, thank you, Mr. Frank.
Oconee County, Situated in the northwest corner of South Carolina, is a picturesque and vibrant region known for its natural beauty and diverse landscapes.
Does anyone else want to be heard before you?
Translated from Cherokee,
Took me a little while to figure
Oconee
it out,
means
but I figured
water
out what's
eyes
happening
of the
here.
hills.
Okay. So it's a good, well, I don't know. The substantial effect of this, I see what you're doing, Mr. Frank. If what happens now is under liquor liability, you have a mandatory requirement. If you do not maintain the insurance and you have your alcohol, beer, wine, or liquor permit suspended, and what you're trying to do is to delete from the statute the the suspension requirement, which has nothing to do with the insurance bill. So I rule your amendment out of order. Thank you very much.
Number 3 is out of order, bringing us to number 4. Number 4, Pace, and Frank 4.
Hold on a second. Before we get to amendments, Mr. Wooten, I promised Mr. Wooten that I have a recognition. Mr. Wooten is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be getting into a bill later on today, but that deals with some of this stuff. But I just wanted to recognize some very special people up in the balcony, along with Chief Keel from SLED. He probably didn't want me to mention him, but there's a few folks up there that I want to mention. From Richland County Sheriff's Department, Sergeant Warren Cavanaugh, which has been the handler for canines TC, Marco, Elko, Fargo, Chico, and Bico, which is the current dog. And obviously, Fargo, the bill we'll take up later, he was the handler for. Also, Major Anna Cavanaugh is up there as well from the Richland County Sheriff's Department. Greenville County Sheriff's Office, Deputy Drew Fox, his retired canine Hugo and active dog Loki, and Deputy Zach Tarrant and canine Marcus. Also, Richard Hunton with SLED is in our balcony today with canine Rico, who was killed on 9/28 of 23. His current canine is Judah. So, ladies and gentlemen, if y'all don't mind, stand up. And we just want to take our hats off for a second, because we're always continuing to talk about how we want to protect law enforcement and protect our folks. But we just want to say thank you. I know I can speak for most everybody, if not everybody in this chamber, to say thank you for everything you do and for providing the safety that we need every day and night. And my hat's off to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your service. We appreciate what you do for our great state. Appreciate being here. All right, Mr. Herb Kurzman and Newton are recognized for a quick introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we've got Representative Schuessler with us, too. Hey, today is Novant Hospital of the Week. They're the Hospital of the Week up here. With Novant, we have our very special local, you guys stand up, please. Ms. Rose Newton up there is on the board, and we really want to give Rose a high. But Novant is a growing network of hospitals, physicians, clinics, and urgent care locations, including Hilton Head Medical Center, Coastal Carolina Medical Center in Hardeeville, East Cooper Medical Center, and the affiliate in Conway Medical Center. Novant is also building 2 new hospitals, one in Bluffton and Mr. Bannister, one in Greenville. Novant Health is investing in the future of South Carolina with major growth announcements in these areas and expanding the access to special care and bringing new services, technology, and facilities to these rapidly growing communities. In 2024, Novant Health, South Carolina, generated $1.2 billion in economic impact and for the state, with nearly 5,000 total jobs. Novant Health offers tuition assistance for its workforce and to advance their degrees. And one thing, this is important, one thing that sets Novant Health apart is being a not-for-profit health system focused on reinvesting in the communities they serve and in the people that work for them. Novant Health South Carolina is grateful for the opportunity to partner with leaders across the state and to create a healthier future for our communities. Please help me in welcoming Novant Health here.
Welcome to the State House. Hope you enjoy your visit. Thank you for being here. All right, Clerk will read. Next amendment.
Okay, number 4 is Pace and Frank. Number 4.
All right, Mr. Pace is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, kind of in that same vein of trying to reduce rates, this amendment would reduce the required annual aggregate limit of $1 million for liability insurance down back to $100,000. This would put us back in line with states like Alabama and a few other states that have this at what I would say is a reasonable limit rather than $1 million. That wasn't established until 2017. Was really when we saw the massive increase on premiums that have been shutting down restaurants and small businesses all around the state.
Hold on a second. Mr. Hart's got a point of order. Mr. Hart, for what purpose you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You previously ruled this amendment out of order, and I will raise that same rule. The only difference from this is that it goes from 1 million to 100,000. So I'll ask you to rule this out of order, and any further ones that come, I will raise the issue of dilatory. But we're not there yet. We may get there. We're not there, but I just want to put them on notice that I'm watching. And but this is out of order.
So noted, Mr. Mr. Pace.
Thank you, it's good to be seen, Mr. Hart. I appreciate that and your care into the subject. I would say the premise of the bill is to lower rates, and this would undoubtedly and objectively lower rates.
All right, members, after a hearty debate with the clerk, Mr. Pace, rule your amendment out of order. So, all right, next amendment, Clerk will read.
Number 4 is out of order. Number 5 and number 6 have been withdrawn. Bringing us to number 7, Brewer. Number 7.
Mr. Brewer is recognized to explain the amendment. Mr. Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just simply everything that's touching the budget side of this is pushing, it's a delayed implementation to take effect on July 1st, 2027, not in this budget.
All right, Mr. Hart, what purpose you ask? Question?
Yeah, I got a question.
All right, Mr. Hart is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Brewer. I just have a few. I think you're getting a lot of questions because this bill is so robust, and it's taken a while for the members to cogitate and pore and ponder through all of this information. So what I'm thinking is, here's something I wanted to ask you. I wrote it down. Let me go back. Was there any discussion? I'm going to support the bill. I'm for it. I got some concerns about the insurance industry, but was there ever any talk or discussions about raising, let's go to the automobile section and talk about the limits. So right now, South Carolina has minimum limits of $25,000 for automobile coverage. Was there any discussion about taking that from 25 to 30 or maybe even 50? Did y'all have any discussions about that?
We brought, some of that stuff was brought up in as we went through different meetings and stuff, but for this bill, that wasn't something we want to do in here. Again, we're keeping this committee open for at least 2 more years to make sure we can come back and touch different things. But that one, as we wanted to kick off this committee with that bill, this bill wasn't going to touch that yet.
And last question, I'll wrap it up. Here's why I'm mentioning that. Let me give you some, not theory, but let me give you some real world examples about what's happening currently as you and I speak. So right now, if someone is killed in a car accident and the limits are...
Hold on a second, Mr. Hart. Members are complaining that they cannot hear, so if you have conversations, please take them outside. All right, go ahead, Mr.
So let me give you a real world example, and we sort of touched upon this morning in Judiciary Committee. So in a DUI death case, someone's killed by a drunk driver. That drunk driver only has $25,000 in bodily injury coverage, correct? Right?
Correct.
Under the law. The person's family who is killed now only recovers $25,000. Out of that $25,000, you're going to have approximately $8,000. I'm giving you a rough estimate, probably $8,000 in legal fees. That's a third. The average funeral cost is going to be around between $5,000 to $7,500. It's more than that, Mr. King. So it's going to be more than that. That balance of whatever it is, it could be $5,000, $6,000. That's the balance that that family gets for losing their father, their mother, their child for the rest of their lives. So I only mention that I hope in the future going forward that we will have some very great conversations on raising those limits because we deal with this every day. But you guys did a lot of work. I appreciate the work that you guys did. I'm going to support it, but that's something that we should talk about.
Thank you, Mr. Hart.
All right, seeing no further questions, pending question is adoption of amendment number 7. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. Next amendment, Clerk will read.
Next amendment is number 8, Representative White. 8, White.
Mr. White's recognized to explain the amendment. Mr. White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, it's too loud in here, please. All right, members, Sergeant, help me. I can't hear anything up here. All right, Mr. White, you recognize.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. This amendment, we've already talked about this idea this morning. Representative Bamberg talked about it. Right now, it is mandated that in South Carolina, if a glass is broken on your windshield, the insurance company has to pay to have it replaced. This bill would make that go away. This bill would make that fit under your deductible. So if you got a $1,000 deductible, you would pay $1,000 to have your windshield replaced if it was over $1,000, which they are now. So this amendment just says that we return the mandate in the bill, make it a zero deductible for auto glass, leave everything else in the bill the way it is, but make zero deductible for auto glass. So I move that we adopt that amendment.
All right. Mr. Brewer is recognized to speak on the amendment. Ms. Brewer.
This amendment would add a mandate back to the bill, and what we're trying to do is get rid of the mandates. Again, as we've said, mandates drive up the cost, and that's what we're trying to do with this bill. Is we're trying to put downward pressure on rates. And so, Mr. Speaker, at the appropriate time, I'd move to table this.
All right, Mr. Sessions is recognized for a question. Mr. Sessions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This windshield replacement aspect of this bill has a lot of us asking questions. Is it your understanding, can you tell us more about in this bill? It changes the law where it doesn't mandate the free windshield replacement, right? We're taking that away, and then the insurance companies can offer consumers a zero deductible, $100, $200, $500 deductible type program, right?
Yeah, this changes must to may, and it doesn't make an insurance company can do what they want to do, whatever they need to do to earn your business. That's how the free market works, right? They need to work to earn your business. But what we're doing is we're taking the mandate out and changing it from must to may.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. King's recognized for a question. Ms. King. Mr. King is recognized to speak on the amendment. Mr. King.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to take this opportunity to thank Representative Joe White for offering this amendment. I'm going to tell you why I support this amendment. It's because anytime we can give relief back to our citizens in South Carolina in situations like this, I have had multiple constituents come to me and thank us for having this in law. Thanking us that people who have moved over in York County, we have a lot of people that moved from other states into South Carolina, and when they find out about, if they have a crack in their windshield and they're able to have it with their insurance and they don't have to pay for it, this is a plus. And so I want to thank the Representative for presenting this, and I ask that you all support his amendment, and if it's tabled, do not table the amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Bamberg is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the body, and Representative White, thank you for putting this up. We talked about it. We talking about $100. Let's put this up. No, go down. Right here, I want y'all to see this. Before we vote to burn all the citizens in this state on their auto insurance, I want you to see this and understand what it says. This was last year. Last year. Let's pull it down a little bit, please. Pull it down. I just want to stick to the top part right there. Berkshire Hathaway, as of last year, earns $138 every second from dividends. That means that Berkshire Hathaway, one of the largest insurance companies, property and casualty on earth, the same company that owns Geico Insurance, who South Carolinians use for their auto insurance, the same ones that we're about to say, hey, we're so sorry that it cost you a little money to fix Miss Rose's car window when she gets a chip in it. Hey, let's keep the deductible to $100. 1 second. Guys, what are we doing? What are we doing? And that was last year. And so if you don't know about dividends, and this is why I'm going to vote for the amendment, I'm going to vote against tabling it. These are passive investments. So Berkshire Hathaway owns and has owned shares of Coca-Cola. This oil that's $130 a barrel. Berkshire Hathaway owns the bulk of Occidental, the oil company. They own all these other companies. American Express, they own shares of that. And for owning those shares every single quarter, that means every 3 months, those companies cut a check in cash to Berkshire Hathaway. And every second, ooh, $136, Representative White. Damn, $275. And we in here gonna bat an eye at saying, bro, y'all just take 50 seconds worth of that 60 for a citizen in this state. And we really gonna debate this? Come on, man. Come on, man. Berkshire Hathaway's cash, for those who don't know, and Warren Buffett, an amazing investor, I studied him. That's how I learned to invest. Last year, they ended 2025, more than $370 billion in cash. Forget what they own. Forget the fact they own Geico and what the value of Geico is, or Cypress Insurance, or Burlington. Forget all that. Forget their shares of American Express, their shares of Coca-Cola, their shares of Colgate, the toothpaste company. Forget the $136 a second that they earn. Another $136. Forget all that. $370 billion in cash, y'all. How much money in the state budget? 14 what? 15 billion. Berkshire Hathaway's cash pile could fund the entire operation of the state government of South Carolina for the rest of our lives, Representative Collins. And we bat an eye at saying, bro, the most y'all can charge these people is $100. Come on, man. Y'all, let's pass this. Let's do something. Let's make it shake. So I'm happy to take some questions. I saw it.
Yeah, Mr. Magnus is recognized.
I have a feeling I'm going to like this. I think we're about to be eye to eye. Hopefully.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is unique. You're up here, Representative Bamberg, supporting something that Representative White put forward. And I'm going to ask you a question about how anything that you just said had to do with the amendment, because I'm trying to wrap my head around what this amendment even does. But
all right, let's put the amendment.
What does Berkshire Hathaway dividends have to do with Representative White's amendment on automobile safety glass? Help me understand what's going on here.
It has a lot to do with it. We heard earlier, right, when we talked about, and the question was asked, matter of fact, I was standing right there where my handsome desk mate is, and I asked Representative Brewer about the problems of removing the mandatory, the insurer has to replace the windshield. And it was talked about how the insurers don't like mandates. They up the premiums on people. They up the prices on people. They pass it on to the consumer. You remember that? And then we get into, by not mandating it, Now it becomes this optional thing because they may. And I talked about how, well, if they may, they're probably going to say, hey, consumer, it cost me $700 to put a new windshield in, so I'm going to charge you a premium of $350 extra if you want that coverage. So this entire conversation about auto glass and about deductibles and whether or not the insurers think it costs too much, the dividend, damn, they just earned another $136. Goes to show how absurd it is that the state of South Carolina would even try, would even open an ear to listen to an insurance company complain about the cost of fixing a windshield when those windshields save the lives of people driving on our roads. And that another $136, man. Representative White, thank you. Thank you for this.
Well, okay. Well, thank you for that explanation. I'm not sure if I understand the connection nevertheless, but Representative Bamberg, is it your understanding that this amendment does require for the insurance companies to provide coverage for automobile safety glass? Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Well, I tend to agree with your position. I'm just not sure if I am with you on the logic of how you got there. But thank you for the conversation.
Well, you figure, let me see. Let me break it down like this. All right. And I know I was educated in South Carolina public schools. 60 seconds in a minute times $136 a second, $8,160 is how much Berkshire Hathaway gets paid in dividends every minute. Every minute. Now let's divide that by 500 bucks, right? Man, that's the average cost of a windshield. That means every minute they earn enough in passive income to cover the cost of replacing 16 automobile windshields in this state. Every minute. And we're going to go and let them charge people more and make it optional when they make that kind of money? Come on, y'all. Feel weird saying this, but I need y'all to stand with me and Representative White and others on this one. Thank y'all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's more questions if you have them, Mr. Bamberg.
Sure.
Mr. Pace?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Bamberg, as I understand it, you're saying $8,000 a minute. Is that gross revenue or net?
That's their, no, that's not gross or net revenue. That's a small part of what they make. That's just in dividend payments. So that doesn't include the billions they make in premiums. It doesn't include the unrealized billions in profit. When you see American Express stock go from $75 in 2019 to $376 today, it doesn't include any of that. That's literally just the dividends.
Well, we maybe have a different understanding of what dividends are. The dividends are made up of all those things you just described. But let me ask you this. So if it's $8,000 a minute times 60, that's what? 24? No. What is that per hour? 64,000 per hour?
8 times 60? No, 8 times 24. Yeah, 480,000 bucks, give or take.
Yeah. So you're saying that's wrong to charge to make that much an hour?
Oh no, I don't have a problem with people making money. I do have a problem with people making money and then coming to state general assemblies crying.
Excuse me to interrupt, Mr. Bamberg. That's your first 10 minutes. Do you request second 10? Mr. Bamberg is recognized for his second 10.
Yeah, I'm the epitome of a capitalist, okay?
Yeah.
I grew up with nothing. Police officer parents who worked 2 jobs. I'm the first to graduate college, started a small business. I love making money. I support people's ability to make money. But what I don't like is to understand the amount of money they make, and then for an industry to complain to a state like ours that has a policy in place to save the lives of the people who rely on all of us, and they complaining about some auto windshields. That I do have a problem with.
So you're saying because they're making so much money, and it's the profits that are driving up the cost of insurance?
Say that again?
So you're saying because insurance is going up, they're making all this money. That's bad. We should cap that with at $100. You're saying we should.
No, not cap their profit. They can make their money.
Yeah,
but
you're
again,
saying to cap it, we need to cap this because they're making so much money from this.
We need to cap this because you can't have an industry continue to be predators against hardworking people in our state. Not even just hardworking, retired people in our state. My grandma at 85, 86 years old and her homeowner's insurance, and because Bamberg, unfortunately, God sent a tornado through town, she ain't even have a claim and her homeowner's insurance goes up. We have a duty and an obligation to look out for them. And if that means telling an industry, look, make your money, but we're not going to go and listen to these crocodile tears of it's costing us too much, because it's not. It's the cost of doing business. I'm not going to vote for something to make South Carolinians less safe so that an insurance company can focus solely on their profit margin. I ain't going to do that.
So I'm just making sure I understand you.
Mm-hmm.
So help me understand this. Make sure I got it right. You're saying these outside factors that don't affect this particular premium holder or policy holder shouldn't make their premiums go up, even though it had nothing to do with them. You don't like that, because I think we agree on that. We don't. Maybe.
I don't think I understand, Representative Pace, the system of insurance. So, for example, and what we've heard with Tom, take those California wildfires, right? And when you have these mass casualty events that end up costing billions of dollars in damages because they got to pay for people's homes or whatever, they like to say, well, we're going to spread that out amongst all our policyholders, so people, even in other countries, their premium goes up, right? Excellent business model, but is it the right way to do business, and should they be able to take advantage of our citizens? No.
So how is that different from, let's say, a restaurant who's never had a claim on their liquor liability insurance, who has their policies go up because, there's somebody down the street who also has a policy with this company? The limits on that policy get blasted through because of frankly, the huge holes and problems in our liquor liability insurance. Shouldn't we fix that too?
No. I was on the committee that looked at that, and I agree. If, hypothetically speaking, Bar A is the bad actor, Bar A runs a crappy business and is very unsafe, and they lead to a dram shop incident, Bar B shouldn't pay for that. That's what we've been arguing the whole time, right? The insurance industries, let me ask it this way. You watch college football?
When I have time, sure.
All right. If you watch college football, whether the game is aired on SEC Network, ESPN, Fox Sports South, or if you got to have an ESPN Plus account and it's hosted by Skynet, every time somebody kick a field goal, what do you see, Representative Pace? You see this. Are you in good hands? It may be if they didn't spend $5 billion, $10 billion to put their Are You Good Hands logo on every field goal net, then people wouldn't need to complain. The industry people wouldn't need to be complaining about windshields. So why would we allow them to focus solely on customer acquisition at the expense of the people in our state?
Well, last question, I'll leave you alone. in Chapter 73 of State Law, Section 38-73-1100, it says in state law that if the Director of Insurance believes that there's excess or unreasonable profits, then they can require the insurance company to lower the rates. Has that ever happened in South Carolina?
No. So here's the issue, right? There is this, and it's a talking point idea about the interstate stream of commerce and the Commerce Clause and whether or not states can regulate X, Y, Z, right? I'm sure you're familiar with some of that constitutionally. But here's the thing. South Carolina has long regulated the auto insurance industry. We've regulated the auto insurance industry. Insurance companies are required to offer uninsured motorist coverage in the amount of minimum limits, $25,000 per person, $50,000 multiple people, $25,000 for property damage, right? We also mandate minimum limits in this state, saying everybody has to carry liability of at least X, 25, 50, 25. So our state regulates insurance. We've long had this free replacement windshield law on the books. But when it comes to reeling in premiums, when it comes to the state of South Carolina or the Department of Insurance saying, hey, look, guys, we're going to look at your profit margins and stuff like that, and if your margins are, I don't know, 550% profit, bro, we're going to put a prohibition on your ability to unnecessarily and without proper justification raise rates. And we've never done it, and we should, Representative Pace.
But the law says we can, right? The Department of Insurance can do that.
Can?
It says they can, right there in Title 73.
As we say in the legal world, I would crave reference to the statute that you referenced.
Okay. Well, thank you for that.
Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Bamberg, is it true that you can fund the state government for at least a week?
No.
That was my question.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Weeks.
Mr. Bamberg, you mentioned some things about Berkshire Hathaway and the insurance that they, and the amount of money that they're making. Did you realize that in South Carolina, State Farm made a tremendous amount of money last year, exceeded the amounts made by Progressive, exceeded the amount made by Allstate?
Pull your mic up a little bit.
I'm sorry.
There we go.
Did you realize that in South Carolina that there were several insurance companies that all of them made profits last year?
Yeah.
And all of them did. And the interesting thing is big insurance made $1.7 trillion last year.
Yeah, with a, hold on. You said, Representative Weeks, you said trillion with a T?
Yes, $1.7 trillion.
With a T. And we in here talking about it's hurting them to fix windshields.
That really causes me some pain when I realize that all we are doing is allowing them to not carry this, making this coverage optional, when in fact we're already paying for it when we pay our automobile insurance. We're already paying for it. It's not free. It came out of our pockets when we paid our premiums.
Correct.
And so now we got, and that's why I support, Mr. White, I support your amendment all the way, because it makes a lot of sense, because I have not heard anything from anyone on this committee that guarantees that if they do make this optional coverage, that the insurance company is going to turn around and reduce the premium. Have you heard that, Mr. Bamberg?
You know what, Representative Weeks, and this is something that has troubled me through all of the insurance bills that we've handled in this body, whether it be through Tort Reform Study Committee, Ad Hoc Committee, Judiciary Committee, now LCI. Not a single...
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Bamberg. That is your second 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bamberg.
Chairman Herr Kurtzman is recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hey, first of all, I would probably never get up here to defend Warren Buffett or defend Progressive Insurance. But let's get this train back on the track here. If we can get that, if you look back up there, Warren Buffett, Berkshire Hathaways, they make their money on their investments. This has nothing to do with premium profits. This is all on their investment. As a matter of fact, the state of South Carolina invests heavily in Berkshire Hathaway, and we all enjoy it in our pension fund, and the public employees here will enjoy it in their pension fund. But I think what we're talking about two different things. The fact that Berkshire Hathaway makes money on its investments and owns Progressive is like me saying, Mr. Bamberg, who's one of the smartest guys I know, he made $10 million on his investments yesterday, so his legal fees are too high. It just doesn't correlate. It doesn't make any sense on that. We've got to take this on the face value. We've got to take the windshields on the face value and see if it's a value for us to bring it back to where it's optional and to lower the insurance rates on that.
Ms. Landing is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Herb Kurzman, a couple of things. Thank you for stating that. So just to qualify why I'm speaking about this, did you know that I've actually been in the insurance business for over 40 years?
Well, you don't look old enough to have been in there for 40 years, Ms. Landing, but I will take your word for it.
And I do not practice in property and casualty, so there's no conflict of interest, but I do understand risk and spreading out risk. And can we have a little...
Members, we have,
quiet,
excuse me,
please?
Ms. Landing, we have members complaining they cannot hear. Can we get a little bit of order?
So, putting totally aside, because I'm sorry, it's completely irrelevant how much money any company makes, and Berkshire Hathaway owns hundreds and hundreds of companies, so known that company for about 40 years. So, when this passes, isn't it true that the purpose is to try to lower everybody's premiums? Because insurance companies that you met with, as well as many others, said this is one of the areas where you could lower everybody's premium. Isn't that part of the purpose of it?
You're exactly right.
Okay, and isn't it also true that there are people, this is, y'all, that are people that calculate, they're called actuaries, they calculate risk. And if you and I are willing to accept a high deductible on our auto insurance, we pay lower premiums, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And if we're worried that if something goes wrong, like a windshield that would cost $700 or whatever it costs nowadays, if we're worried that that'll be too much out of pocket, we can pay a little more in our premium to have the extra coverage. Isn't that right?
Right, well, you're buying the premium coverage and the level of coverage that you want.
Right. The purpose of insurance, bottom line, is to spread the risk out among a pool of many people.
That's right.
And so by taking away the mandate that we have, insurance companies are telling y'all they would be able to start offering policies that reflect how much risk people are willing to take versus how much they're not willing to take.
Right, a mandate is taking away fair market on that.
Right, so the competition, the fair market. Bottom line, everybody, this will bring people's insurance premiums down if they don't want to pay for the coverage of a windshield. If they do want to pay for the coverage of a windshield, they may end up paying the same as they are now. They're not going to go up because overall the cost would be lower.
Thank you, Ms. Landing. Right.
Thank you.
Mr. Hart? No question. All righty. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. White, recognized for your second 10 minutes.
For my second amendment? Second 10? Yeah, okay. Thank you. First of all, let me say, the reason we mandated this years ago was not about insurance premium. It was about safety. I continue to believe that not allowing people to drive around with cracked windshields, no matter how small they are, Ms. Landing, no matter how small the crack is, I continue to believe that mandating that a windshield not be cracked, that it be repaired, is an important safety thing for the citizens of South Carolina. I also refuse to believe that the insurance companies are going to lower their rate because we take away this windshield damage thing. who's ever lowered their rates? Let me tell you something. I was at the insurance commissioner's office about 2.5 months ago with 2 small businessmen who own body shops, who also do glass replacement. And I learned a lot that day. I learned that it's hard to find an advocate within government that actually is trying to protect small businesses and the average individual in South Carolina. The insurance commissioner told me, you know, there's a maximum that an insurance company can make in South Carolina, and that's 5%. Did y'all know that? They can only make 5%. And he told me, and I said, well, so if they show enough claims, if they show $100,000 in claims, they make 5%. So they make $5,000. But if they only show $800,000 in claims, they only make $4,000. Are you telling me, or $80,000, I'm sorry, are you telling me that they want to make less money than the maximum? I don't believe that. I believe they want to make the maximum. And I don't think that they're going to lower our rate because we quit protecting auto glass. And I do think it is a safety issue. So I ask you to vote for this amendment. The rest of the bill is a good bill. There's a lot of good stuff in here. But this auto glass piece is wrong. It's just wrong. So, yes, I will take questions.
Mr. Gatch is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. White, I don't know if hell is freezing over, but do you know I agree with you? Now, my name is on this bill, and like you said, there are a lot of good parts to this bill. But I am also concerned about how this is going to affect folks that are, especially folks that don't have the money to replace windshields. Now, I know you can get the coverage, but the thing that I hope that the body hears that you said that rings the truest, that came out of the mouths, right out of the lips of the insurance representatives who met on the committee that I was on, is that there are no guarantees. I want everybody to know that the insurance companies, 4 representatives from the insurance companies said that if we even gave them everything they asked for, did you know that they said there are no guarantees? And we weren't asking about reducing rates. We were simply asking if they could guarantee to stabilize the rates. And all 4 insurance representatives said no. So I think that you're right. And I'm going to vote to support this amendment. I know sometimes when amendments are put up by this person or that person, sometimes it gets a little hairy, but I don't think that it matters. I think that this amendment is a good one. I'm going to vote with you on this, and I appreciate you bringing it to the body's attention.
Thank you, Representative Gatch.
Mr. Guffey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative White, do you believe in a free market?
Absolutely.
Do you believe in what Obamacare has done for the healthcare industry?
Do I believe what?
Do you believe that Obamacare has been a good thing for the healthcare industry?
Yeah, I don't want to answer that question.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with the glass bill as far as I'm concerned.
Well, whenever we start talking about a free market, what I see is once government gets involved, typically the cost goes up. And this is mandating, and as a former small business owner yourself, wouldn't you agree that whenever you're looking and you're trying to do projections, and we've heard quotes from $17,000 for a windshield down to a couple hundred. Well, if you're only getting a $100 deductible, how does that math? Because you're going to have to make these projections, and you're going to have make sure that money's there to cover those windshields. Whereas if it's not mandated, then it don't have to do it. And Mr. Gatch is right, don't have to lower prices. Nothing is ever going to guarantee to lower prices, but it certainly lowers the cost that these insurance companies are having to go through. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Let me say what I do agree with. I do agree that the state, the government, has the right to pass laws and regulations that improve the safety of its citizens, and sometimes that may interfere with that pure capitalistic market idea that everything just needs to be out there and everybody do what. Don't we always pass laws that improve the safety of our citizens in South Carolina? Didn't you get a bill passed a couple of years ago that improves the safety of our citizens in South Carolina? And I'm saying that this will hurt the safety of the citizens of South Carolina if we make their deductible so high they cannot afford to get their glass fixed. That's what I'm saying.
So you believe the glass claim, even though we have laws against driving around with a broken windshield, you believe that's government's responsibility to take care of your car whenever there's an issue, as opposed to you being responsible for it for yourself?
I do not believe it's the government's responsibility to replace the windshield, but I also believe that the government should not allow an insurance company to charge so much that the average citizen, the retired person that is a limited income with high energy prices, with high taxes, that they have to go pay for that when they've been paying for their insurance all along. So I believe this is a good idea. I disagree with your premise. That's how I feel. You feel the way you do. I feel the way I do.
But as we look at this, whenever we have government mandating something, we agree in the premise that this raises cost. And you were a small business owner. I don't believe government should be able to come in and tell you this is how much you can make.
Actually, they did. Actually, I had to deal with Medicare, Medicaid all the time, and private insurance companies all the time, and they did mandate how much I could charge, and I survived.
But that's going off of government funds, which citizens are paying for.
Pardon?
That's going off of government funds, which citizens are paying for. You're forcing citizens to pay insurance companies on this.
I don't get it, Representative Guffey.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative White, you know, as I sit here patiently listening at the debate across the room, you know, and as I look and study your amendment, it has some substance to it. Did you know?
Thank you.
But I'm just wondering, you must be one day reach in your pocket and found a $100 bill and pull it out and came up with this amendment. Is that correct?
I didn't quite understand because there's a lot of noise.
Okay, well, the point I'm making is that, you know, why did you set the limit at $100?
Representative Williams, I did that because I think that is palatable, but I've got another amendment coming up.
Okay, well, my concern is, you know, I said that in retrospect about you going into your pocket and pulling out a $100 bill and came up with this amendment. That's what I said initially, but you didn't
No,
catch
I
that.
didn't. I didn't have a $100 bill in my pocket.
Okay. All right. Well. Just to add to that, if we decided to go this route, okay, how would that affect everybody else? For those who have windshield issues, how would that affect them?
I guess you would still find people that couldn't come up with $100 that still have to.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. White. That is your second 10 minutes. Mr. Brewer is recognized.
Thank you so much. Just going to be very quick with this. There is no guarantee to lower your rates, but there is a guarantee to raise your rates, and that's by putting mandates in place for companies to charge. Mr. Speaker, I move to table this amendment.
So, pending question is adoption of amendment number 8. Mr. Brewer moves to table that amendment and request a roll call. Do 9 members second that request? I mean, do 9 members second? That's a higher motion. Do 9 members second that request? 1, 2, Mr. Brewer did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 9. 9 do. Roll call is ordered.
All right. Time's expired. Polls closed. Clerk will tabulate by a vote of 71 to 39. The House tables amendment number 8. That brings us to amendment number 9. Clerk will read.
9, White. 9, White.
Mr. White's recognized to explain amendment number 9. Mr. White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought that taking this back to $100 would maybe make people think that's okay. But you know, I'm going to go back to my safety issue. I believe that when somebody has a cracked windshield, that it should be replaced without additional charge by the insurance carrier that they've been buying insurance from. And so this amendment says we go back to the mandate. It's a 0 deductible, and that we honor the fact that there are people in our state that can barely afford to pay for their insurance, and they should not drive around in an unsafe vehicle, unsafe to them, because they can't afford any deductible. So this is my main amendment, and that's to take the deductible to 0, the way it has been for the last several years in the state of South Carolina.
All right, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. White, you finished? Mr. White, you taking questions?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Rutherford's recognized for a question. So, Mr. White, what you're saying is that this amendment takes it back to current law that everybody's grown up with, that everybody knows about. This would take it back to current law that if your windshield is cracked, the insurance company pays for it and you don't have to pay for it, exactly what current law says. Is that right?
Sort of. What it really says is the insurance you've been paying for actually reimburses you at the point in time when you need it. That's what it really says.
Correct. So this takes it to current
Yes,
law. Is that right?
absolutely.
Okay, I support that. I just want to make sure that everybody knows this amendment takes it to current law.
Yes,
okay.
sir.
All right, Mr. McCravy's recognized for a question.
Yes. Representative White, do you know that I voted to table the last amendment because it did not take it back to the current law? But did you know I'm going to vote for this amendment because I think our constituents want their glass paid for. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hart's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. White. I'm also in support of your, I'm right here, Mr. White. Tall, dark, and handsome right here. I'm also in support of your amendment, but let me tell you in support of your amendment, let me tell you what's going on right now. The insurance company is still winning. This bill is a very thorough and detailed bill, and we're hung up on this small little piece about windshields. This is what they do for a living, Mr. Howard. This is what they do for a living when you file claims. They distract, they confuse you, and they deny. And this is how they make so much money. So the insurance company is still winning as we debate this bill, this very robust bill that we're talking about right now. We're hung up on the small minutia of a windshield. I don't know why we protect insurance companies in South Carolina. I don't know why we protect them worldwide, but I am supportive of you. We need to take this back because when you pay your premiums, that should cover any windshield damage that you have while you're driving. Thank you, Mr. White. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Representative Hart. Any more questions?
Mr. Moore's got a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. White, I too am going to support this amendment. Again, I can't for the life of me understand why anyone would not want to make sure that our drivers who are paying a premium every month to the insurance company who run the world, let's be clear, they run the world in every aspect of the world, and with this bill, they're trying to run this General Assembly. So, Mr. White, I'm going to be supporting this amendment.
Thank you.
All right, you finished, Mr. White? All right, Mr. Brewer is recognized to speak on the amendment. Mr. Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this was a mandate that was in the bill that was driving up cost. After many meetings of testimony over and over again, this was something we can help do to lower cost for our ratepayers. This mandates absolutely raise costs. This has an opportunity to lower your cost. Mr. Speaker, I move the table.
All right. Much to the displeasure of Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Brewer moves to table amendment number 9. All right. Mr. Brewer requests a roll call to non-members second that request. None do. Voting on the board. Table in motion. All right, time's expired, polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate by a vote of 62 to 52. Amendment number 9 is tabled. That brings us to amendment number 10. Clerk will read.
Which was withdrawn, bringing us to 11, Frank. 11, Frank.
Frank is recognized to explain amendment number 11.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'll say,
this
who's got
amendment
point
right
of
here
order?
is a very simple amendment.
Ms. Frank, suspend, please. Is Point of order. All right, Mr. Hart, for what purpose do you rise?
Want to raise this attorney's fees. We're dealing with insurance, and as Mr. Brewer just so eloquently articulated up here about the rates, this is not germane. Attorney's fees and the percentage of attorney's fees, that is not statutory, that is contractual, but is not related to the bill that we're speaking about.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the bill is working on putting downward pressure on rates, and as Mr. Brewer was explaining the bill, he told us that mandates equate to costs going up. One of the ways that those costs do go up is in litigation, and as we've heard, attorney's fees can be easily a third of those settlements, and so when we are all about the victims, and the victims and then bringing down costs of premiums, by capping attorney's fees just on state-mandated insurance products, that'll help put downward pressure on those insurance costs.
Substantial effect of this amendment is dealing with the limitation of attorney's fees. That is not germane to the bill, so I rule it out of order. All right, Clerk Reed.
11's out of order. 12, Rutherford. 12, Rutherford.
Mr. Rutherford is recognized. Explain amendment number 12.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'm not going to argue germaneness if somebody raises it, but this is a common occurrence in South Carolina that somebody has a motorcycle, they are hit by an at-fault driver, they end up in the hospital, and unfortunately, the at-fault driver has minimum limits, and the hospitals and taxpayers are bearing the cost, as opposed to the person that owns the motorcycle having underinsured motorist insurance to cover the damages that inevitably result from a motorcycle hitting a car or whatever it is if the person does not have enough insurance to cover it.
Mr. Anderson, you have a motion?
Yes, sir.
Point.
No, I listen to the chair.
All right, Mr. Brewer is recognized.
Thank you, Mr.
Speak on the
Speaker.
amendment, Mr. Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this would be something that would be adding cost. This would increase your cost for your insurance. I ask you to table this. Thank you.
Mr. Rutherford is tabling motion. Unless he withholds the tabling motion, that's the pending question is whether to table amendment number 12. Roll call is requested by Mr. King. Were you the one? All right, Mr. King, do non-members second the request? All right, so there are 9 people. 1, 2, 3. 9 people do not. I only see one. All right, hold on a second. If somebody's. All right, so pending question now is whether table amendment number 12. All right, division, Mr. Stavronakis, you got to raise your hand so I can see you. Not. Problem is, you need to stand on your chair so I can recognize you. So, Mr. Stavronakis requests a division. Division is ordered. Voting on the board. 30-second motion. 30-second vote. It's a tabling motion. All right, polls closed. Clerk tabulate. By a vote of 75-28, the House tables amendment number 12. Next amendment.
13, 13 Bamberg.
Mr. Bamberg's recognized to explain amendment number 13.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an amendment that I believe the bulk of homeowners in the state of South Carolina would love to see the members of the General Assembly pass. As we know, sometimes in life things happen, and that's exactly why insurance is often required and needed. And in fact, for homeowners, most of the people in South Carolina don't own their home outright. They have a mortgage. And in order to get a mortgage, the bank requires you to get what? Homeowners insurance. So the people of this state don't have a choice. Now what happens is, like some of the senior citizens in my community, is they own their home for years and they never have a claim. 10 years passes, 20 years passes, 25 years, the hurricane hits. And the winds destroy the roof of their house. So they have to call their homeowner's insurance company, the one they've never called on for help in 20 years, and say, can you please fix my roof? I'm retired and not working, and I only owe 5 more years worth of mortgage on my house. And the insurance company sends an adjuster out on their own time. They review it, and then the adjuster, and they fix the house, and the very next year...
excuse me, suspend Mr. Bamberg. Mr. Frank, for what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raise a point of order on germaneness. The title of this bill is to make insurance rates go down and not up, as this amendment would do.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I would just say that this is germane. It's dealing with effectively insurance regulation in this state. And I'm just surprised that a member of the Freedom Caucus would not support homeowners needing a little help from getting burned by their insurance company.
All right, let's address the point of order, not the policy behind the point of order, please.
Mr. Speaker, in all seriousness, I believe this is absolutely germane. We are dealing with insurers, whether or not they have to provide a certain kind of insurance, and likewise, whether or not we've argued amendments about whether they could charge premiums, may, shall, or not. And this particular amendment just speaks to homeowners insurance.
Does anyone else wish to be heard on the point of order? All right, Mr. Frank, I'm going to overrule your point of order. Is the principal effect of this bill, in my opinion, not principal effect, substantial effect, is dealing with property and casualty insurance and how you regulate it, how you give discounts, how you do things to try to drive the insurance policies down. So to that extent, this raises the policies. I know that the purpose of the bill is to they have stated is to lower insurance rates, but that's not the way I judge the bill. I judge the bill on what's the substance of the bill. So I overrule your point of order. All right, Mr. Bamberg, you can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, so in short, and I'll sit down, all this does is say that if a homeowner in our state has to present a claim to their homeowner's insurance, and that claim is based strictly on an act of God, weather-related, a hurricane or tornado or whatever, that the insurer cannot go and up their premium after that claim because they had to make the claim. That's what they buy insurance for, and I would ask for you all to support this amendment. And, of course, the Senate will do what they do, but this is a chance for us to do something that I think all homeowners who've had to deal with their homeowner's insurance understands and would appreciate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bamberg. Mr. Brewer, you want to be heard? All right, Mr. Brewer's recognized to speak on the amendment. Mr. Brewer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, we're working to create competition. Competition will lower your rates. That's what we need to be focused on, to making sure we have competition among our insurance carriers, and I move to table this.
All right, pending question is tabling Amendment 13. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. So amendment number 13 is tabled. That brings us to Amendment 14.
Yes, sir.
Clerk will read.
Last amendment is 14 by Bamberg. 14.
Mr. Bamberg is recognized to explain 14.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is something that we had seen and actually put in a liquor liability insurance bill previously to try and help our bars and restaurants with cost when they are the appropriate acting agents, not the bad actors. All this amendment would do is it says that if you go 5 consecutive years without a claim, that your insurer shall, i.e. they have to, reduce your premium by an amount not less than 5%. So if you go 5 years and there's no claim against you and you don't have to make a claim, your insurer will have to reduce your premium by at least 5%. If you are one of the golden child and you go 10 years, a whole decade without a single claim, then the insurer shall reduce the premium by not less than 25%. Because if you go a decade with no claims, you are not contributing to any of the problems in insurance, and there's no reason why you should be able to be punished as a citizen in this state because of what other people got going on. So this is a common sense amendment. It doesn't impact anybody. And sure, before anybody says it, every single insurer is going to say...
Hold on, suspend Mr. Bamberg. Mr. Pace, for what purpose you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got a point of order on germaneness based on previous rulings about liquor liability. Unfortunately, I don't think this is germane to the bill either.
All right, Mr. Bamberg.
Mr. Speaker, I would just say this amendment isn't about liquor liability. It speaks directly to property and casualty insurance, which is what we're dealing with. We talked about how claims can impact premiums, et cetera, and all this does is fall in line with what's in the bill and speaks directly to when and if an insurer should reduce a premium. And the bill is about insurance, including premiums.
All right, does anybody else wish to be heard? All right, Mr. Pace, you're right, we ruled out a previous one on liquor liability, but it was the fact that it was liquor liability, and this bill does not have anything to do with liquor liability. That was in Section 61. This bill is Section 38. So, again, in keeping with the last ruling, this deals with property and casualty insurance policies in the state, how we regulate them, how we give discounts, and So I think that this is germane, so I overrule your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask for your support. Oh, am I good? Okay.
All right, recognize you, Mr. Bamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask for your support on this amendment. Again, I don't know anything that we could do, and this is true to life, honest comment, y'all. I don't know anything that we could do other than do exactly what the insurance industry wants without somebody being able to say it's going to raise the price of insurance, because that is their defense to everything that makes life better for South Carolinians. Here, we're just saying treat people fair. If they haven't had a claim in 5 years, you're going to need to give them at least a 5% reduction on their premium. If they haven't had a claim in 10 years, you're going to need to give them at least a 25% reduction on their premium. It's very simple. And I'm sure that all of the citizens in our districts, whether it be homeowners, auto, or otherwise, and they haven't had a claim, are sick and tired of their premiums being continued to be jacked up and raised higher and higher and higher. And if we pass this, we can all go home and our constituents will have something to be proud of us for doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for passage.
All right, Mr. Ligon, Mr. Bamberg's left the podium. Mr. Brewer is recognized to speak on the bill, on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back to the same old thing. Mandating and reductions will reduce competition. We need to increase competition and remove mandates. I ask that this be tabled.
All right, pending question is tabling amendment 14, is that right? 13, 14. 14, the non-member second the request. Mr. King asked, sorry. Yep, non-members do, so we're voting on the board. Roll call is ordered on table and motion. All right, have all members recorded your all members voted? Any objection, cutting roll call short? Hearing none, polls closed. Clerk tabulate. By a vote of 76 to 35, amendment number 14 is tabled. So pending question now is second reading. Where you want to speak? You're going to do what? Mr. Moore, we've already voted. For what purpose do you rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having voted on the prevailing side of Amendment 9, I ask that it be reconsidered.
All right, Mr. Moore, J. Moore moves having voted on the prevailing side of Amendment 9. He moves to reconsider the vote. Mr. Brewer moves to table that motion. Pending question is table the motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed? No. The loud no's do not carry. So you can scream all you want. I'll give you a division. Closed. Clerk tabulate by a vote of 55-49. Amendment number 9 is tabled. The motion to reconsider is tabled, okay? So now the pending question is second reading of House Bill 4817. Roll call is required and ordered. Voting on the board. All right, members, during the roll call, it's 1:30. We got more work to do, as you know. Would y'all like a 45-minute lunch, or do y'all want to keep working? All right, have all members voted? Any objection, cutting roll call short? All right. Polls are closed. Clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 96-17, House Bill 4117 received second reading. Mr. Gilliard, you got a motion?
No.
You.
I want to say something about the break that you just put upon us. Because by virtue of the gas prices, a lot of us now have to walk to the restaurants to say, can we get an hour, please? That's all I'm asking.
If we get an hour, you adding it on the back end, we're going to stay tonight. So when you start complaining about having somewhere to go and a reception, we'll do that. So that I have trust that you can walk quickly and rapidly, Mr. Gilliard. So Mr. Howard moves that House recede until 2:20 to 2:30. We'll recede till 2:30. All right, members. All in favor of receding until 2:30, signify by saying aye. All opposed, ayes have it. We recede till 2:30.
Recognized over in the House, but of course the House went in earlier today, so the rest of the students went back to school. These young ladies wanted to stick around and watch some debate today, but it is a really good program that the bar puts on to engage students about civics. And this program specifically talks about congressional debate, and I think we all could recognize that they need all the help they can get, especially with the newest members they're about to get up there in Washington. They need even more guidance. So, Mr. President, if the Senate would please join me in welcoming these two young women from River Bluff High School.
Welcome to the Senate. We appreciate your service. Hope you're enjoying your time as interns. Great job. Thank you, Senator from Edgefield. Senator from Collin, and what purpose do you rise?
For an announcement.
You're recognized for an announcement. Then I'll come to the Senator from Collin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Prior to me beginning, I would request unanimous consent to pass out some flyers to the body.
Is there objection to unanimous consent to distribute material to the body? Hearing no objection, so ordered.
As each of you know, each year for the last 9 years, Senator Katrina Shealy has diligently offered Katrina's Kids. This year, she's having a karaoke for Katrina's Kids on Thursday, April 2nd, 2026, from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Vista, where she always has it at the Vista Room. She wanted me to make sure that I invite each and every one of you to please, if you're in town, come out and enjoy the karaoke and a little bit of silent bidding for the good of the children. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Collington. Appreciate that announcement. Senator from York, Senator Clymer, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. For purposes of an introduction.
You're recognized, sir, for introduction. Senator from York, Senator Clymer is joined by the other senator from York.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I also invite up the senators from York, Berkeley, Beaufort, and Lexington for this introduction. Senators, we are joined today by the South Carolina Small Fruit Growers Association. If y'all would please stand up so we can see you. And you may have noticed in your offices there are some strawberries today. And these are the fine folks who provided us with those strawberries. I sampled a couple before we got over here today. They're fantastic. Joining us today is Beth White from York County, Michael Karen and Brinkley Parker from Berkeley County, Cal Hux from Beaufort County, and Luke McKenzie in Lexington County. We really appreciate y'all being here today. Thank you for your advocacy for agriculture, both at home and here at the State House. Delighted to have you. And look forward to visiting with you if you have some time when you've finished observing us for a little while from the balcony. Senators, please join me in welcoming this distinguished group of farmers from across South Carolina to our chamber today.
Welcome to the State Senate. We're honored to have you visiting with us today. Thank you so much. Thank you, Senator from York and others. Senator from Richland, Senator Walker, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Just for an announcement, Mr. President.
You're recognized for an announcement. Senator from Richland, Senator Walker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, this is just an early reminder about Family Day at Riverbank Zoo. If you all can recall, last week you probably had one of these save the date palm cards on your desk. And again, I know it's early. We're about to go on Easter break, but just wanted to give an early reminder to all the members of the body to put on your calendar Family Day at Riverbank Zoo. It's slated for the week prior to Sine Die, and so I will probably come back before this body the week before to give you another reminder, but again, just wanted to make sure you put this on your radar and get it on your calendars. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator from Richland. The Senate is so informed. The reading clerk will continue to read. We remain in the box on communications.
Referral of a statewide appointment, reappointment of a member of the South Carolina Public Charter Schools Districts, Mr. S. Craig Plank of Columbia.
This appointment has been referred to the Education Committee.
Additional appointment to the State Agency of Vocational Rehabilitation from the 3rd Congressional District, Ms. E. Sheila Cobb Ford of Anderson.
This will be referred to the Medical Affairs Committee.
Message from the House, Mr. President, members of the Senate. House respectfully informs your honorable body it sustained the veto of the governor on H. 5182. This is an act to authorize the Jasper County Council to provide local funds on a per-pupil basis to charter schools in the county that satisfy certain criteria.
Received as information.
Further messages from the House, Mr. President, members of the Senate. House respectfully informs your honorable body that it concurs in the amendments proposed by the Senate to the following bills. H. 3931, which is a bill amending the code relating to approval or denial of permits so as to establish timelines for the department to take action on permit applications. H. 3856, which is a bill amending the code relating to applications for licenses or permits so as to delete the term blood type and replace it with the term information, and amending further sections relating to special identification cards, and has ordered the following bills enrolled for ratification.
Received as information. Senator from Cherokee, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request, sir.
Mr. President, I ask that we invite the House at a mutually agreed upon time for ratification.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request to invite the House to ratify acts at a mutually agreed upon time? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator from Orangeburg, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Introduction.
You recognize, sir, for introduction.
Members, today we are pleased to have with us community health workers from across the state standing up right here. These folks are vital connectors between our healthcare system and the people it saves. They're trusted individuals who understand the needs, the challenges, and the strengths of their communities. Through outreach and one-on-one support, they help individuals navigate services and take an active role in their health. Community healthcare workers provide health education, skill building, care coordination, and resource connections for individuals and families across South Carolina. Their work strengthens patient-centered, team-based care by ensuring support beyond the clinical setting. They help people manage chronic conditions, follow treatment plans, attend appointments, and address non-medical factors that impact their health. As a result, they improve the outcomes while reducing the cost of emergency room visits and hospital stays. In South Carolina, this approach has demonstrated a strong return on investment with approximately $5 saved for every $1 invested. Let's all welcome the South Carolina community healthcare workers to the South Carolina Senate.
Welcome to the Senate. We're honored to have you visiting with us today. Enjoy your time here. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you, Senator from Orangeburg. Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request, sir.
Mr. President, Senate Resolution 888 is a resolution that recognizes the importance of conservation easements, and that's all it does. And I would ask that that be recalled from the Fish Game Forestry Committee and placed on the calendar.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request that S888 be discharged from the Fish Game Forestry Committee and placed on the calendar? Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. It will be placed on the calendar. We have no further communications. Therefore, we are on the introduction of new bills and resolutions. Reading clerk will please read.
Introduction of a bill by Senator Garrett and others. It's to enact the First Amendment Preservation Act by adding a section to the code so as to define a media reliability and bias monitor, prohibit state contracts with media reliability and bias monitors, and require written certifications from companies submitting bids.
The bill is referred to the Finance Committee.
Introduction of a bill by Senator Cash and others. It's to enact the Unborn Child Protection Act by amending the code relating to definitions concerning abortion.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Introductory comments.
You're recognized for introductory comments. Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash for introductory comments up to 3 minutes.
President.
I ask that the Senate be in order, please. Senator from Anderson.
So I have filed today a pro-life bill. I don't think that will come as a big surprise to many people in this chamber. It's been going on 4 years since Roe v. Wade was overturned in June of 2022. I recall in 2022 when we were having the debate on the Human Life Protection Act of remarking to the Republican caucus that if we didn't pass the Human Life Protection Act in the fall of 2022, that the next legitimate chance to pass something of its nature wouldn't be until 2025, because that would be when you had following the 2024 elections. As it turns out, I was wrong about 2025, because in 2025, neither the House nor the Senate took up a pro-life bill on the floor.
even though there was considerable change to both bodies of the membership. So yes, I understand that it's late in the session. The bill I have filed contains a lot of the elements of 323 that was heard in the fall, as well as, I would guess, 70 to 80% of the bill that has come out of the House, 4760. I have merged most of that bill into the previous bill that was heard this fall. So it is my hope and prayer and intention for this bill to make its way through committee to the floor of this body before we adjourn in May. I think I said here on the first day that I was sworn in that there's no single issue that I believe is of greater importance than establishing justice and bringing an end to the killing of unborn children, and I continue to maintain that view today. So I would welcome the support and the help of any and all my colleagues to that end, and hopefully we will have something that we can vote on before we adjourn in May. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator from Anderson. The bill is referred to the Medical Affairs Committee. Reading clerk will continue to read.
Introduction of a joint resolution by the Senate Education Committee approving regulations of the University of South Carolina relating to parking and transportation services.
The bill is placed on the calendar.
Introduction of House Bill 4610. This bill enacts the South Carolina State American Sign Language Symbol Act by adding a section to the code so as to designate the I love you Illy hand gesture as the official American Sign Language symbol of the state of South Carolina.
Bill will be referred to Family and Veteran Services Committee.
Introduction of House Bill 4761. This bill adds a section to the code to provide annual evaluations of faculty at public institutions of higher learning in this state, require schools to adopt related policies.
The bill will be referred to the Education Committee.
Introduction of H 3873. This bill amends a code relating to the distribution of fingerprint and DNA identification kits through public schools so as to make the distribution mandatory instead upon request.
The bill is referred to the Education Committee.
Introduction of H 5075. This bill enacts the Personal Privacy Protection Act by adding an article to the code so as to prohibit public bodies from collecting or disclosing certain personal information about donors, members, and supporters of nonprofit organizations, provide exceptions, and establish penalties.
The bill is referred to the Judiciary Committee.
Introduction of H 3013. This bill amends a code relating to qualification to serve as guardian ad litem in private family court cases so as to require a criminal history background check to serve as a guardian ad litem.
The bill is referred to the Judiciary Committee.
Introduction of House Bill 4804. This bill amends a code relating to first-degree sexual exploitation of a minor so as to increase the minimum penalty to 5 years imprisonment.
The bill is referred to the Judiciary Committee.
Introduction of H 4292. This bill enacts the Roadway Protection and Safety Act by adding a section to the code to provide definitions, provide it's unlawful to participate in, organize, or be a spectator, aider, or abettor of a street takeover and provide penalties.
The bill is referred to the Transportation Committee.
Introduction of H 4531. This bill enacts the Stop Harm from Addictive Social Media, the Shazam Act, by adding an article to the code so as to require covered social media platforms to use reasonable means to estimate the age of certain account holders and to verify the age of certain account holders, create default account settings for certain users.
The bill will be referred to the Labor, Commerce, and Industry Committee.
Introduction of House Bill 5164. Bill adds a section to the code so as to provide for fire and building code exceptions for placement of hospital beds in hallways, corridors, or other means of egress during justified emergencies.
The bill is referred to the Medical Affairs Committee.
Introduction of H 5470. It's a concurrent resolution. It's to fix Wednesday, April 15th, 2026, immediately following the State of the Judiciary address delivered by the Chief Justice as a time for the Senate and the House to meet for the purposes of electing members of the Board of Visitors of the Citadel and various members of boards of colleges and universities whose terms expire or otherwise must be filled.
Senator from Edgefield, what purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, this is a resolution to elect the College Board's trustees. I ask unanimous consent that it go on the calendar.
Is there objection to unanimous consent request that the resolution be placed on the calendar? Hearing no objection, so ordered. The reading clerk will continue to read.
Introduction of H 5456, a current resolution is to designate Saturday, June 6, 2026 as Marian Wright Elderman Day. Encourage residents, educators, students, and community organizers to celebrate her legacy through acts of service, through wellness and mindful practices, and through efforts that advance opportunity and justice for all children.
This resolution will be referred to Family and Veteran Services.
The Fish, Game, and Forestry Committee has reported favorable with amendments on H 3872. This bill is enacting the Hunting Heritage Protection Act by adding a section to the code to require Department of Natural Resources to adopt policies and procedures to ensure that there's no net loss of department-managed land for hunting and fishing.
Placed on the calendar.
Anderson County delegation has reported favorable in the appointment of an Anderson County magistrate, Mr. Eugene Greg Jameson of Belton.
The pending question is confirmation of the Anderson County magistrate. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The individual is confirmed for Anderson County magistrate.
Abbeville County delegation reported favorable on the reappointment of an Abbeville County magistrate, the Honorable Aaron B. Coleman of Abbeville.
Question is confirmation of the Abbeville County magistrate. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The individual is confirmed for Abbeville County magistrate.
Greenville County delegation has reported favorable on the appointment of the following Greenville County magistrates. The reappointment and subsequent reappointment of the Honorable Michael Don Stokes of Taylors. Reappointment of the Honorable Claire Thompson Sims of Malden. Reappointment of the Honorable Matthew Bruce Hubbard of Travelers Rest.
The question is confirmation of the Greenville County magistrates. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The individuals are confirmed for Greenville County magistrate.
Chesterfield County delegation reported favorable on the appointment of the following Chesterfield County magistrates. The reappointment of the Honorable John A. Davis of Chesterfield. The initial and subsequent reappointment of Mr. Larry R. Rayfield, Jr. of Sherrall.
Question is confirmation of the Chesterfield County magistrates. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Chesterfield County magistrates are confirmed by the Senate. Reading clerk will continue to read.
Sumter County delegation reports favorable on the reappointment of the following Sumter County magistrates. Reappointment of the Honorable Brian Keith Griffin of Sumter, and reappointment of the Honorable Roger Richardson of Sumter.
Question is confirmation of the Sumter County magistrates. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The individuals are confirmed for Sumter County magistrate. I'm informed that the desk is clear. Are there any requests for local bills? Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise?
Request for a third reading for uncontested local bill on page 4, 1048, number 1048.
Question is, under the uncontested local calendar, third reading of S 1048. All those in favor would please say aye. The Senate come to order. Senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton.
I'll defer to your, but unanimous consent to wait for a minute. Senator Allen's coming out of the cookie room. Move to carry over. I withdraw.
Question is, third reading of 1048. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Further requests for local bills. Senator from Collinton, what purpose do you rise?
Request that we take up S 1050.
On the local calendar, uncontested, second reading bills, top of page 5, S 1050.
That would be all of the bills on page 5, Mr. President. Is that possible?
Let's go through each one at a time. Pending question is again under the local second reading. Reading clerk will publish. 1050.
S 1050 is a bill to provide that each member of the Hampton County Transportation Committee shall receive $100 for each meeting in which he is in attendance.
Question is second reading of S 1050. All in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Further on page 5, S 1051. Reading clerk will please publish.
The bill to provide that each member of the Colleton County Transportation Committee shall receive $100 for each meeting at which he is in attendance.
Pending question is second reading of S 1051. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Second reading. Further on page 5, S 1052. The reading clerk will please read.
Bill to provide that each member of the Jasper County Transportation Committee shall receive $100 for each meeting at which he is in attendance.
Pending question is second reading of S 1052. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Further on, Senator from Collinan, what purpose do you rise?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
That S 1070 be recommitted to the delegation, and that
Is there objection to unanimous consent request that S 1070 be recommitted to the delegation? Hearing no objection, so ordered, it will be referred back to the delegation. Senator from Collinan.
unanimous consent request that S 1071 be recommitted to the delegation.
Is there objection to unanimous consent request that S 107 be recommitted to the delegation? Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Mr. President,
Senator from Collinton.
unanimous consent request that S 1072 be recommitted to the delegation.
Is there objection to unanimous consent request that S 1072 be recommitted to the delegation? Hearing no objection, so ordered. It's recommitted to the delegation. Are there any further requests for local bills? Any further requests for local bills? Final call for the local calendar. Hearing none, we're on the call of the uncontested statewide calendar. Turn with me to page 10.
I'm on the desk, Mr. President. 688.
Okay. Takes us to page 10, statewide third reading bills. The First bill for consideration, bottom of the page, S688 by the senator from Edgefield and the senator from Spartanburg, Senator Kimbrell. We have an amendment on the desk. I'd ask the reading clerk to publish the amendment.
Amendments by Senator Martin amends the bill in Section 1 that strikes Section 4131.5, Item 1C and D, and inserts the following.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise? You're recognized on your amendment. This is a third reading amendment, so you can explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. I've been working with our staff and keeping the majority leader informed. But I think what we wanted to make sure was that everybody, it was said, you know, that the intent of the legislation was to grandfather people in that were in the tier where they hadn't had any claims. So what this amendment does is any employer who is in rate class 1 in tax year 2026 remains subject to the calculation contained in item B, which is current law, until that employer no longer qualifies for rate class 1, at which time the employer shall be subject to the calculations in item C or D, which is of the new bill. That's how that works. So basically, this is grandfathering everybody that's in. So current law, if we didn't pass anything, if you're in rate class 1 and you have a bunch of claims, you're going to change that. But if they went back and looked at claims where you're currently in rate class 1, but they go back 4 more quarters and you were four quarters away from having, earlier you got rid of those that were 4 quarters away, we'd be throwing you back in to what you just got out of. So that's my intent. So, okay, well.
Is there a
majority leader, move adoption.
Well, we got to consider taking it up. So this is a third.
I'm sorry.
This is a third.
I
you had up
apologize.
to 3 minutes.
Yes, sir.
So
Thank you.
within your time frame.
I would move that we take it up.
Is there objection to taking up the amendment on third? Is there objection to that? Hearing no objection, then the amendment is before us.
Mr. President, I just move adoption.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin moves for adoption. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. That is an amendment on third. Ruling of the chair that is a substantive amendment. So we will have a roll call. Clerk will ring the bell. Reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate on third reading of S688 at the bottom of page 10. Reading clerk will please read.
Mr. Adams. Not voting, Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Allen. Aye. Mr. Bennett. Aye. Mr. Blackman. Aye. Mr. Bright. Aye. Mr. Campson. Aye. Mr. Cash. Not voting, Mr. Chaplin. Aye. Mr. Clemmer. Aye. Mr. Corbin votes aye. Mr. Cromer. Aye. Mr. Davis. Aye. Mrs. Devine. Aye. Mr. Elliott votes aye. Mr. Fernandez. Aye. Mr. Gambrell. Aye. Mr. Garrett. Aye. Mr. Goldfinch. Not voting, Mr. Graham. Aye. Mr. Grooms. Aye. Mr. Hembry. Aye. Mr. Hutto. Aye. Mr. Jackson. Aye. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Kennedy. Aye. Mr. Kimbrell. Mr. Kimbrell not voting. Mr. Lieber votes aye. Mr. Martin. Aye. Mr. Massey. Aye. Mrs. Matthews votes aye. Mr. Ott. Aye. Mr. Peeler. Aye. Mr. Rankin. Aye. Mr. Rickenbaugh. Aye. Mr. Rice. Aye. Mr. Sabb. Aye. Mr. Stubbs votes aye. Mr. Sutton. Aye. Mr. Tedder. Aye. Mr. Turner. Mr. Turner votes aye. Mr. Verdon. Aye. Mr. Walker. Aye. Mr. Williams. Aye. Mr. Young. Aye. Mr. Zell votes aye.
Have all senators voted? Senator Cash votes aye. Senator Adams votes aye. Senator Goldfinch votes aye. Further members wishing to record your vote? Final call. Polls are closed. The clerk will tabulate. By a vote of 45-0, S 688 receives the third reading of the Senate. We go to page 12. Middle of the page. Third reading, uncontested, statewide, H 3557. The reading clerk will please read.
This is a bill amending the code related to qualifications to run as a candidate in general elections so as to shorten the candidate filing period, require all candidates from each political party in the state to pay a filing fee, and authorize political parties to charge a certification fee to all candidates.
Question is, third reading of H 3557. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Given a third reading. Further on page 12, bottom of the page, S 97 by the senator from Collinton. The reading clerk will please read.
This bill adds a section to the code to provide qualifications to be eligible to hold the office of a county treasurer.
Question is, third reading of S 97. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is given a third reading. We now go to page 13, toward the top of the page, S 98 by the senator from Collinton. The reading clerk will please read.
This bill adds a section to the code so as to provide qualifications to be eligible to hold the office of county auditor.
Question is, third reading of S 98. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is given a third reading. Page 13, S 682, toward the bottom of the page by the senator from Aiken, Senator Young, and many others.
This bill adds a section to the code to allow an income tax credit for a timber casualty loss in a federally declared disaster area resulting from Hurricane Helene.
Question is, third reading of S 682. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is given the third reading. We go to page 19 on our calendar, page 19, second reading, statewide, uncontested, toward the top of the page, S 270. We have a committee amendment. Senator from Ori, Senator Embry, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over S 270. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The bill is carried over. Page 24 on the calendar, H 3974.
Amendment on the desk, Mr. President.
We have an amendment on the desk. I'd ask the reading clerk to publish the appropriate amendment.
Amendments by Senator Bright amends the bill in Section 1. It strikes Section 5910-520, items 5 and 6, and inserts the following.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Just to briefly explain the amendment.
You're recognized to explain your amendment, sir.
Basically, we've had some school districts in Spartanburg and Greenville County with some issues with the language, and I can be glad to read the amendments. They're very simple. One is just if a request is made pursuant to this section, does not automatically entitle a student to receive services in the school setting from a private provider absent a determination made by the school district in a case-by-case basis through the review process. So the districts are concerned about more mandates from Columbia. So this amendment basically gives an opportunity, for there to be a discussion with the district there. And then the second amendment, or second part of the amendment is that the Department of Education shall develop and make available training on requesting access and guidance on the provision of the services in school settings. So I've worked with the Department of Education on this and worked with school districts on this. Everybody seems to be agreeable on the amendment. And I see the chairman of the committee standing, so if he has a question.
Senator from Horry, Senator Hembry, what purpose do you rise?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
Unanimous consent to be added as a co-sponsor.
Is there objection to that unanimous consent request that the senator from Horry, Senator Hembry, be added as a co-sponsor? No objection. So ordered. The senator is added as a co-sponsor. Senator, the pending question is a senator from Richland, Senator Jackson. What purpose do you rise?
Mr. President, with the senator from Spartanburg-Gill for
Senator
question.
Yields.
Senator Yields for question. Senator Yields for question.
My good longtime friend, you said that some of the districts in Spartanburg are concerned.
Yeah. I talk in my district. I try to consult with people in my district in the school system because what we do down here affects them.
Sure.
So they had.
So, Senator.
Yes.
How many school districts do you have in Spartanburg?
Senator, we have 7.
How many superintendents do you have in Spartanburg?
We have 7.
Average pay of each one is about $200,000.
Well, I have 2 in my district that I talk with, but we have a total of 7.
I look forward to getting with you next year when we talk about how we can get efficiency and maybe kind of look at saving the taxpayers some money or something.
Totally different subject, but
thank you, Senator.
I move adoption to the amendment.
Well, Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you rise, sir?
See if the senator will yield for a question.
Senator Yields.
Senator Yields for a question.
So, Senator, I'm just trying to understand exactly what this is going to mean. It says does not automatically entitle a student to receive this service absent a determination made by the school district on a case-by-case basis. So is that in fact saying that any student who is going to have someone, and we're talking, as I understand it, because I'm in the education committee, about students with behavioral issues, autism issues, being able to have someone kind of come in and help them through the day, so to speak. So when that helper is, or when the parent is considering bringing this helper in for their student, does this automatically mean that it has to be approved? Because it sounds like it says they're not automatically approved, but I can't tell whether each case has to be approved by the school district. Or if the school district could just, or the principal could just step in and say, well, I don't know about this one. We're going to let the school district weigh in. I mean, what is the intention of the amendment?
The intention is to provide some the school districts are dealing with this during their day. I mean, we entrust these school districts, and this is bringing in private providers. So I think they should have some input on who's brought in. Now, if it's something that, you want to take a look at and we can talk about later, I just know that the interested parties involved seem to be in agreement on this, but we can carry it over. I know we're going to be gone the next week and a half.
I don't want to carry it over so much as just trying to actually understand the wording of it. It sounds like perhaps they're going to have to, the school district's going to have to get involved in every single case to approve, is what I'm understanding your.
Well, if the school districts are in control of what goes into the schools, I mean, if we're going to have private providers go in there, I think the school district should have some input.
I'm not saying they shouldn't, Senator. I was just trying to understand the amendment.
That's what this does, is giving them that input to where basically they still, because we're holding them accountable for what happens in those districts. So with that accountability should come some responsibility, and that responsibility is deciding on issues like this.
Okay. I don't know how often this happens or how many cases they'll have to review, but if that's what the body wants, that's fine with me.
Move for adoption.
Ending question is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments. So the question before us is second reading of H 3974, bottom of page 24. Roll call is required. Clerk will ring the bell. Reading clerk will call the roll of the Senate on second reading of H 3974.
Mr. Adams. Not voting, Mr. Alexander. Aye. Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen not voting, Mr. Bennett. Not voting, Mr. Blackman. Aye. Mr. Bright. Aye. Mr. Campson. Not voting, Mr. Cash. Aye. Mr. Chaplin. Aye. Mr. Clymer. Aye. Mr. Corbin. Votes aye. Mr. Cromer. Aye. Mr. Davis. Aye. Mrs. Devine. Aye. Mr. Elliott. Aye. Mr. Fernandez. Not voting, Mr. Gambrell. Aye. Mr. Garrett. Aye. Mr. Goldfinch. Aye. Mr. Graham. Aye. Mr. Grooms. Aye. Mr. Hembry. Aye. Mr. Hutto. Aye. Mr. Jackson. Aye. Mr. Johnson. Aye. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy not voting, Mr. Kimbrell. Not voting, Mr. Lieber. Aye. Mr. Martin. Aye. Mr. Massey. Aye. Mrs. Matthews. Aye. Mr. Ott. Aye. Mr. Peeler. Aye. Mr. Rankin. Not voting, Mr. Rickenbaugh. Aye. Mr. Rice votes aye. Mr. Sabb. Aye. Mr. Stubbs. Aye. Mr. Sutton. Aye. Mr. Tedder. Aye. Mr. Turner. Aye. Mr. Verdon. Aye. Mr. Walker. Aye. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Young. Aye. Mr. Zell. Aye.
Have all senators recorded your vote? Senator Kennedy votes aye. Senator Allen votes aye. Senator from Spartanburg, what purpose do Senator Martin, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Senate request.
State your request.
Leave for the senator from Spartanburg, Senator Kimbrell, for the balance of the day.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent that Senator Kimbrell have leave for the rest of the day? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson votes aye. Senator Adams votes aye. Senator Rankin votes aye. Further members wishing to record your vote? Further members, the polls, final call. Polls are closed. The clerk will please tabulate. By a vote of 43-0, H 3974 receives a second reading of the Senate. Senator from Kershaw, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Introduction of the Doctor of the Day.
The Doctor of the Day. Yes, sir. You're recognized for the Doctor of the Day.
Next week, maybe. 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Senator from Kershaw.
Mr. President, Senate, we have Dr. Stephanie Scott here from Columbia with MUSC and here as the Doctor of the Day. And so we're always happy to have our local physicians providing their expertise to us on a regular basis. And she is standing in now at the Senate. Would please acknowledge her here this week.
Welcome to the Senate. Thank you for serving as our Doctor of the Day. We appreciate your time and your being with us. Members of the Senate, please turn with me to page 31, top of the page. The bill is S-866 by the senators from Greenville, Senator Elliott and Senator Turner. We have an amendment on the desk. The reading clerk will publish that amendment. Please.
Amendments by Senator Elliott, amends the bill, Section 1, strike Section 541, 120, subsection A, and inserts the following. Subsection A.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Turner. What purpose do you ask?
To explain the bill.
You're
and the amendment.
recognized on the amendment and the bill.
Senators, this is a bill 866 that will allow a local municipality that is in a county that has not passed a 1-cent sales tax to be able to bring up on referendum the ability to have a 1-cent sales tax within the municipality. Part of that also is that 20% of that money raised also will go to 4% tax property as a credit against 4% tax properties within that municipality. The earliest time, if the county has never had a 1-cent tax, and this is more or less the amendment, if the county has never had a 1-cent tax, then that could actually come up on the general election this coming year in 2026. If the county has had a 1-cent tax before, then it would have to delay until 2028 before they could bring it up on a referendum.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash. What purpose do you ask, sir?
Yeah, Senator, would yield for a question?
Senator yield for question. Senator yields for question.
Senator, if a municipality within the county goes ahead and passes the 1-cent tax, then does that prevent the county council from passing or having a referendum on a 1-cent tax countywide?
No, the county could still attempt to do that, but after the period, because what it's requiring is that they name the projects that they would use for that 1-cent tax. But once that period is over, they would not be able to run another 1-cent tax if the county also tried to implement it within that time. I think we're only dealing with a few counties right now. One is obviously Greenville that's never passed a 1-cent county tax, Oconee County, as well as, and currently Beaufort County does not have one in place. But they've had one in place, and they would not be able to, the municipalities within Beaufort County would not be able to have it again, put it on a referendum until 2028.
All right, I'm still a little confused, I'm sorry, but if a municipality within a county passes this 1-cent tax, and then the county as a whole wanted to pass a 1-cent tax, that would make the tax 2 cents within one municipality. So would the county be able to, would they still have the ability to do that, or would that 1-cent tax in a municipality within the county preempt them from doing the 1 cent?
It would not preempt them from doing that.
So they could still do it?
They could do that.
Thank you.
Senator from York, Senator Clymer. What purpose do you ask, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. Move to carry over the bill.
Well, the senator from Greenville had the floor.
Then I
Move to
object.
carry over. Move to carry over the bill.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Turner, moves to carry over the bill. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We'll stand at ease momentarily. Members of the Senate, we have two bills that inadvertently got not considered. So we're going to return to page 25 on the calendar, page 25, bottom of the page, H3556. We have amendments on the desk. I'd ask the reading clerk to publish the first appropriate.
Cosmosis Stones started in 2015. It initially started as a meditation practice to kind of alleviate some frustrations. I went to a friend's house and she had some copper wire. And while I was talking to her, I just started bending up the wire, you know, expressing my frustrations and naming what I wanted more in my life. She saw them and she said, well, you should put your crystals in there. And then when you're done, you should wear that and then make me one. And through the practice of meditatively wrapping crystals, I got better understanding of the function of copper and some of its properties of how it's a conductor and how it transfers and transmutes energy, that it's antibacterial, that it's antiviral, that it's antifungal, that it's helpful with arthritis. I was learning more about the crystal functions and seeing how they would be helpful in healing me are the things I wanted to go towards in life. Now in our society, we have more access to language around mental health, but it's not something that I really understood in my youth. Never knew it was something that really needed to be tended to, like that there was mental health.
Senator from Charleston, Senator Campson, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, we passed over H 3556 on page 25. I would ask unanimous consent we go to that bill.
Yeah, we want it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I move to carry that bill over, 3556, to the end of the uncontested calendar.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request that H 3556 be carried over to the end of the second reading uncontested calendar? Is that correct? Hearing no objection, so ordered, the bill will be considered at the end of the second reading calendar. We now go, members of the Senate, to page 28 in our calendar. Top of the page, S222, by the senator from Calhoun. We have a committee amendment. I'd ask the reading clerk. I'm sorry, Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin. What purpose do you ask?
I don't see the senator from Calhoun in here. He and I spoke about this bill earlier, and he was a little bit upset at some amendments that had been put on it that he did not want on it. Okay, here he comes. I'd like to hear from the senator from Calhoun about the adulteration of his fine bill.
before us is the committee amendment. Senator from Calhoun, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, as much as I would like to give that adulteration, I would ask that we carry the bill over at this particular time, continue to educate some folks on what we're trying to do and make sure that we're good to go when we bring it up. But I appreciate it, Senator.
Motion is to carry over S222. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. So ordered. We continue in second reading, uncontested, statewide, middle of the page, 31, H3768. We have an amendment on the desk. I'd ask the reading clerk to publish the amendment.
Amendments by Senators Grooms and Bennett amends a bill striking Section 2 and inserts the following. Section 2, the requirements of Section 57.5.
Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Explain the amendment.
You're recognized on your amendment.
Members, the underlying bill extends the sunset date for water and sewer relocation that occurs on a major highway project. One of the things that really slows down a project would be the relocation of the water and sewer lines. Legislation went in a few years ago in 2019 that would provide that the DOT pay for these relocation costs for small utilities and a portion of the relocation costs for large utilities. That legislation sunsets July 1st, 2026, and the underlying bill proposes to move the sunset date to July 1st, 2031 in 5 years. The amendment right there extends that date to July 1st, 2032 for 6 years instead of 5 years. So the amendment just extends the sunset date for 6 years.
The pending question is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor would say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We have no further amendments. So we're now on second reading of H3768. Second reading. Yeah. Second reading of H3768. Pursuant to Rule 16, the bill is given a second reading of the Senate. Senator from Beaufort, what purpose do you rise, sir? Introduction. You're recognized for introduction. Senator from Beaufort.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, I would like to introduce Novant Health, South Carolina, a growing network of hospitals, physician clinics, and urgent care locations, including Hilton Head Medical Center, Coastal Carolina Medical Center in Hardeeville, East Cooper Medical Center in Mount Pleasant, and affiliate Conway Medical Center. Novant Health is also building 2 new hospitals, one in my district in Bluffton and one in Greenville. More than 40 Novant Health urgent care clinics, formerly Doctors Care. Novant Health brings convenient, high-quality health care to communities across the state, ensuring patients can access care close to home. Novant Health is also investing in the future of South Carolina, with major growth announced in Bluffton, Charleston, and Greenville, expanding access to specialty care and bringing new services, technology, and facilities to these rapidly growing communities. In 2024, Novant generated $1.2 billion in total economic impact for South Carolina, with nearly 5,000 total jobs. Novant Health offers tuition assistance to its workforce to advance their degrees. And one thing that sets Novant Health apart is being a not-for-profit health system focused on reinvesting in the communities they serve and in the people who work for them. Across South Carolina, Novant Health employs thousands of team members, physicians, and healthcare leaders, and they are committed to growing their workforce to deliver remarkable care to each patient in South Carolina every time. Novant Healthcare South Carolina is grateful for the opportunity to partner with leaders across the state to create a healthier future for our communities. Members of the Senate, we have representatives of Novant here today. I'd ask them please to stand, if they would.
To your right.
Over there, I see you guys. I personally want to thank you for what you're doing in Beaufort County. It is noticeable. It is appreciated. A lot of my constituents have thanked me for it, and I thank you for that. Let's welcome to the South Carolina Senate.
Welcome to the Senate. Thank you for your service across the state of South Carolina. Good to see you all. Thank you, Senator from Beaufort. We continue on page 31, bottom of the page, second reading, uncontested, statewide, S 893 by the Senator from Lawrence. The reading clerk will please read.
This bill amends the code relating to definitions pertaining to the State Underground Petroleum Environmental Response Bank Act of 1988 so as to define a pipeline facility in accordance with the federal code, into further sections related to the Superb account and Superb Financial Responsibility Fund so as to adjust the allowable costs for site rehabilitation by the fund and make conforming changes.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Gamble, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. Rise to explain the bill.
You're recognized to explain the bill.
Senators, this is the underground storage tank bill that we've been talking about for about a week. It was brought to us by the petroleum marketers. I think everyone's question has been answered, and we've adopted the amendments, and I'd like to ask for second reading as amended.
Question before us is second reading of S 893 at the bottom of page 31. Second reading of the bill. 893. Pursuant to Rule 16, the bill will receive a second reading of the Senate.
Mr. President.
Senator from Anderson. Senator Gamble, what purpose do you rise?
Rise for unanimous consent request.
State your request.
Give the bill third reading tomorrow.
Is there objection to giving S 893 a third reading tomorrow? Any objection? Hearing no objection, the bill will receive a third reading of the Senate tomorrow. Senator from Sumter, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. President, unanimous consent request
State your request.
to be added as a co-sponsor on the bill.
Is there objection to the Senator from Sumter being added as a co-sponsor of S 893? Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator from Beaufort, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
Mr. President, there is a concurrent resolution, S 1063, that is currently in the Labor, Commerce, and Industry Committee. It is a concurrent resolution to express sincere gratitude to the participating restaurants and sponsors of the South Carolina Restaurant and Lodging Association's annual Hospitality Day. I would ask for unanimous consent to recall that from committee and to place it on the calendar for immediate consideration.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the Senator from Beaufort, Chairman of the Labor, Commerce, and Industry Committee, to discharge S 1063 from his committee and give it immediate consideration? Hearing no objection, so orders. S 1063 is before us for consideration. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. S 1063 is adopted by the Senate. Senator from Anderson, Senator Gamble, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request.
H 5284 currently residing in the Judiciary Committee. I have talked to the chairman of Judiciary, and this bill is a statewide legislation which affects only Abbeville County. It would add Abbeville to the list of counties that has an appointed register of deeds by the county governing body rather than having the clerk of court handle the duties of that office. Bill's passed the House, and I would request that it be recalled from the Senate Judiciary Committee and placed on the calendar.
Is there objection to the unanimous consent request by the Senator from Anderson, Senator Gamble, to discharge H 5284, correct, from the Judiciary Committee, placing that bill on the calendar? Is there objection? No objection. So ordered. The bill will be placed on the calendar. We continue on page 32 now, middle of the page, S 812 by the Senator from Horry, Senator Rankin. Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you rise, sir?
Move to carry over.
Motion is to carry over 812. It's non-debatable motion, but Senator from Horry, Senator.
Mr. President, will you withhold that, please, that motion?
Yes.
He temporarily withholds the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. President. Senator, I understand that you have some concerns, and I understand that this bill, you last Thursday wanted to take back and talk to the biking community of Greenville, and I'm in touch with those folks that they tell me that they have communicated with you. Do you see yourself ever supporting this bill?
Perhaps, Senator, if I can, I've been working on some research and I want to get with you about an amendment, so it's not ready yet. So if we could carry it over and we could collaborate for our next legislative day.
And the amendment, again, just help us, so perhaps when we take this bill up, we will be, because as you know, all this does is treat cyclists like motorcyclists, and they don't have to stop and wait 120 seconds like the motorcyclists, because they don't have the weight to activate and the metal to activate.
I'm in favor of that, but.
And that's all this bill does, you understand that, right?
Of course, and I'll probably be with you on it, but unless you and I talk about it, you may love the amendment.
And I'm happy to talk about it right now, Senator, because time is drawing nigh, as you know. I'm happy to talk about it right now.
And Senator, I'm not trying to hold your bill up, but I'd hate to discuss amendment with you on an intellectual level that is not in front of me. So if you would indulge
for
me
more
in the
reasons than you may know, I agree.
The Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, renews his motion to carry over the bill. S 812. All those in favor would say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. S 812 is carried over. Further on page 32, we go to the bottom of the page, 863, by the Senator from Berkeley, Senator Grooms, and others. Reading clerk will please read.
This is a bill relating to the state's mission and goals for higher education so as to provide for an applied baccalaureate in culinary arts management degree from institutions that are part of the state technical and comprehensive education system.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Turner, what purpose do you rise, sir?
To explain the bill.
You're recognized. Explain the bill.
Thank you. This, fellow senators, this bill authorizes an applied baccalaureate in culinary arts management degree within the state technical and comprehensive education system, provided the program is first approved by the Board of Technical and Comprehensive Ed, and then the Commission on Higher Ed. What this does, started out with Trident County Tech, but it's also Horry, Georgetown Tech, and Greenville Tech as well. This would create a 4-year program like we did with the advanced manufacturing a few years ago. In consultation with all of the universities in the state, none of them have a plan to start a 4-year program in culinary arts. And so with their blessing, the technical school has pushed to get this started. I think we had Johnson & Wells that left the state in 2004 and moved to Charlotte, and we have no 4-year degrees for culinary arts. And this would establish that.
Ending questions. The second reading of S 863. Pending question is second reading. Pursuant to Rule 16, the bill will be granted a second reading of the Senate. Senator from Collinton, what purpose do you rise?
Unanimous consent request
State your request.
to be added as a co-sponsor of S 863.
Is there objection to the Senator from Collinton, Senator Matthews being added as a co-sponsor to S 863? Hearing no objection. So ordered. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you rise?
Unanimous consent request.
State your request, sir.
Similar to the senator from Abbeville earlier, with us going into perfunctory, I just move that we give this bill a third reading tomorrow. Unanimous
Is there
consent.
objection to the unanimous consent request that S 863 be given a third reading of the Senate tomorrow? Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. The bill will be granted third reading tomorrow. We now go to the bottom of page 33, H 3258. We have the committee amendment. I'd ask the reading clerk to please publish.
Education Committee proposes the following amendment. Amends a bill in Section 1 by striking Section 5966, 35, subsections A and B, and inserts the following. Subsection A, before July 1st, 2028, each public school district and charter school in
Explanations
the state.
requested. Senator from Greenville, Senator Turner, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill would require each public school district and charter school to acquire and implement a mobile panic alert system. Districts and charter schools may not be required to procure or implement a new system if the districts or school have already implemented a mobile panic alert system. The committee amendment extended the deadline out to start in 2028 to give school districts time to be able to implement those changes. And also it specifies districts must utilize the school mapping data program.
Senator from Sumter's, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Mr. President, the Senator will yield for a couple questions.
Senator Yield for questions. Senator Yield for
Appreciate
questions.
it. Senator, thank you for your description of this amendment and for helping shed light on this bill. I've been following this bill since, since the association told me about it. And sir, if you're not aware, I was on as I mentioned many times before, I've been a school board member before this. And we've dug into this issue many times and, try to figure out how we can strengthen school security without, putting so much weight and burden on the school districts for all the new toys and whistles and bells, but how we could do it effectively and costly. And what we found, Senator, as you know, or you may know, that this is one of those efforts. This is relatively low cost. And I wanted to share with you, well, first let me ask you, Mr. Senator, what is the cost per school on this? Do we have those numbers?
There is an average cost predicted of about $8,000 per school, a total overall cost potentially of $11 million.
Yes, sir. And I'll tell you, just from my experience on the Sumter School District School Board of Trustees, $8,000 can certainly go a long way if spent correctly. I'll just give you a little bit of history of Sumter School District's general fund, just to tell you that I think $8,000 is nothing for them to handle. I think it's a drop in the bucket comparative to their annual budgets. Well, Sumter County School District, for specific reasons, in the past had some financial trouble, hired a very talented CFO, and they got very conservative with their expenditures and their budget. So much so that the last several years they've increased their general fund by $10 million per year. And so typically, I think the last year that I was on the board, the approved annual budget was $160 million. With again, there's the teacher per student formulation and in classroom funding. There was a lot of additional money because there's teacher vacancies, and so the school district was trying to figure out clever ways and fruitful ways to spend this money. Because they would help other teachers out who were picking up the slack. We earmarked some of these funds for other approved tools and things for school security and everything else. Well, I personally think that this one will have an immediate impact. And if you look at the results of what some of the, and I'm just going off the top of my head here, when the phone call is made during an emergency, it's minutes typically until police respond. With this system, it's seconds. And so you can see, and there are results and evidence that say that this bill or this particular system increases response time significantly. And as you know, every second counts in those situations. So, Senator, I appreciate you offering this amendment. I fully support this bill and this effort, and I want to appreciate what you're doing here. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Senator Sumter, just to give you an idea, and we had compelling testimony in subcommittee from a mother of a young female that was killed in the Parkland shootings in Florida several years back, and talking about the response time. And when it comes to response times, they talk about it in seconds. And Parkland, Florida was 3,367 seconds for a response. 17 people killed there. Uvalde, Texas was 4,860 seconds for a response and 21 people killed there. The success of this is Appalachia High in Barrow, Georgia, just last September or 2 Septembers ago, they had this mobile system, and the response time was 38 seconds, and it saved a lot of lives.
Senator, thank you for sharing that. That is absolutely fantastic. And let me ask if you share the same opinion, and this will be the last question I ask, is from my experience working in K-12 education, and just being a citizen, watching the news, and usually when these events happen, typically the response is somebody needs to do something now, right after a situation. And then that energy sort of dissipates, dies off, and then really nothing happens. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
That stated, and I've only seen this situation play out every single time, in my opinion. I think this bill's way overdue. I think it's going to do great things for our school system, security, and protect our kids in our schools. And so, again, I appreciate what you're doing here, and thank you for carrying it.
Senator from Lancaster, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Mr. President, I'd like to see if my youngest granddaughter's favorite senator, the senator from Greenville, will yield for a question.
Oh.
I'll yield.
So it's not me. Okay, Senator from Greenville, Senator Turner is recognized.
Sorry, you just got some competition.
I'll yield.
Senator yields.
I think there's, anyway, I believe, is it true that with this system, it will actually let the first responders know where that teacher hit that button so that they would know, because the schools are all mapped out now. That's something that's been done the last couple of years. But isn't it true that it will let them know where to go?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just for a shooting thing. It could be a disruption in the classroom, and you push the button a few different times. It's like 9 times or continuous that there may be an active shooter type situation, but really just disturbance in the classroom getting beyond a teacher's control. They can do that, and administration will be there immediately.
And Senator, did you know that before I started campaigning for the Senate, I was a volunteer grandparent, that actually helped with security issues at our schools in Lancaster, meaning I would actually go to a school unannounced, walk the halls, make sure doors were locked, make sure they were following procedure protocol. And during that time, did you know that, in my estimation, these schools are still wide open. So anything we can do, such as this, is going to be a huge benefit. And I just wanted to get that out to show support right now for everybody that's listening, that this is something very much needed and very inexpensive for the benefit we'll get out of it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And in question is the adoption of the committee amendment. All those Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, what purpose do you have?
Will the senator yield for one more question, just to clarify?
Senator yields for question.
Did I hear you right? It was 8,000 per school district? That's the estimate?
That was the rough estimate. Now, and to be honest with you, Lexington County, one of the districts there testified in the subcommittee, and they did have to do some additional updating of wiring for it to work effectively. But that's also contemplated. And there's also a $20 million safety grant fund that we give the Department of Ed that these school districts can apply to help pay for that.
That's a federal grant?
No, that's state money.
That's state money, okay. Thank you, Senator.
Question is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor would please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We have a further amendments. Reading clerk will publish the next amendment.
Next amendment is by Senators Turner and Stubbs. Amends a bill in Section 1, strike Section 5966-35, subsection A, Item 4, and inserts an Item 4.
Senator from Greenville, Senator Turner, what purpose do you ask?
To explain the amendment.
You're recognized on the amendment, sir.
Thank you. At the end of the meeting, when we adopted this in the committee, we had added, thanks to Chairman from Moree, that we used the school mapping data that we actually paid for last year, and that school mapping data be shared. This amendment just clarifies that mapping data must be shared with those school districts so that they can work it together instead of duplicating another expense.
Question is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor, please say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to and adopted by the Senate. There is. We have a further amendment.
Next amendment is amendment by Senator Martin. Amends the bill, adds a new section to read.
Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, what purpose do you ask? You're recognized on your amendment, sir.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I think this is a very good bill and what it aims to do. But a lot of times we have great ideas here, but we don't send the money to the school districts. So what this amendment does is really simple. It's just contingent upon the appropriation of sufficient funds by the General Assembly to pay for the costs associated with the acquisition and implementation of these systems. So it's very simple.
Senator from Anderson, Senator Cash, what purpose do you ask?
See if the senator would yield for question.
Senator, yield for question.
Yes, sir, I will yield.
Senator yields for question.
Senator, are you aware of how many school districts perhaps have the mobile panic button currently?
No, sir.
I'm not either, but I do believe there are some. So, Senator, did you know that we seem to get into this situation where we want the schools to do something, and some of them have already done something and are already footing the bill for it, and then we think it's a good idea, did you know, to make all the other ones do for it and say the state's going to fund the bill, put the bill for it. And did you know my concern is that the ones who were proactive and got out first and paid for something to be done in their district, they end up in an inequitable position because they're paying for what they got out and did, and the state's paying for those who came behind them. And I had some numbers looked at, because I brought this up in committee, my concern about this. I had some numbers looked at for SROs.
It's the same situation, Senator.
It's the same situation. So did you know I've got a concern that we've got school districts, 662 locally funded SROs, and almost 500 that are state funded.
That's correct, Senator. Most of the districts in Spartanburg already were paying for SROs before we took care of that. I'm glad we have SROs in every school, or we have the funding there for every school. But, you know, I agree with your point. That's the same thing. I just kind of wish we would get out of, you know, if we're going to send mandates, I wish we would send the money. That's really my point.
Well, Senator, I guess my contention is if we're going to have the mandate, the state ought to put up the money for all of them so that the school districts who are already paying for them are not, in effect, penalized for the fact that they were proactive, because that's what, in my opinion, they're being penalized for these SROs. The ones who went out and put them on the payroll are not getting the state funding, and the ones who came behind are.
And I know what we did, and the senator from York Senator Johnson may know, I know we gave a lot of flexibility at one time for the schools that had paid for their SROs so they could use that money in other places, and I know that helped, but still doesn't alleviate the problem that we're going to have and probably continue to have as things get implemented.
Well, Senator, I appreciate you listening to my concerns. I don't know that they're alleviated at all, because I think we're going to do the same thing we've already done with SROs, which is put the districts who have got ahead of it in an equitable position once the funding shakes out.
Right. I would like to know, I agree, it would be nice to know how many have already done this.
Senator from Horry, Senator Hembry, what purpose you ask?
See if the senator from Spartanburg would yield for a question or two.
Glad to yield.
Senator yields for question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Really just curious, and I appreciate, I will tell you, because you have been a steadfast, for my 14 years here, you have been a steadfast advocate for no unfunded mandates to the school districts. And I think that probably you were on school board, if I remember correctly, and probably goes back to your days. I can appreciate that
Yes,
you were
sir.
seeing these things come from the state with no money, and it was probably pretty frustrating.
Thank you
so
for that.
I've learned that from you. But I'm curious about your amendment. Would this in some way impact the district's ability to apply for the school safety funds? As you say, it's appropriate. It sounds like it's a direct appropriation for this purpose. Is that your intention, or is it that they have a pot of money that they can go to and access those funds to pay for it? Would that,
Senator, that would be just fine with me, because that would probably get at what the senator from Anderson was talking about as well.
Right. I mean, right. But you know, in this, but as to this legislation, they would be able to do that Or are you saying it would be,
I guess I can't ask a question, but am I being told that they do have access to this funds?
there is a fund that they can access for school safety? This would clearly qualify for a use of those funds. I guess what I'm saying is I don't want it to block out that option. I don't think that's your intention here.
No, it's not.
To block out that option if we were to say, well, it's got to be a direct appropriation from the General Assembly. It's a direct appropriation for the school safety funds.
Okay.
I guess that would probably, maybe I've
As
answered
long as
my
they're eligible
question.
for that, I'm fine.
Yeah,
Mr.
I got
President.
you. Thank you.
Oh, I was going to say, if there's no more questions, someone will withdraw my amendment. Oh, hold on.
Senator from Kershaw, what purpose do you ask?
I'll yield.
Senator, you have for a question?
I'll yield.
I'm sorry, I thought you.
Senator,
I'll yield.
I know there was some conversation right there about the amount of money that would be potentially available in a grant. Do we know that that grant's actually going to pay for all of the districts? I mean, I understand the concept, but once that money's run out, what happens to those districts that didn't apply in time, the money ran out? I'm not certain that deals with the issue, but maybe it does.
And that's a question that's not for me. I mean, if that pot of money's there for them to access, as the chairman said, I trust that there'll be money there to access it. So that's why I'm going to withdraw my amendment.
So then the $20 million that's available for safety grants across the state, this is how much per, do you remember?
Well, I've only listed the debate. They were saying it's about $8,000 per school.
Per school.
Right.
And I assume we have a lot of schools.
Again, I don't know those numbers. I'm just advocating for no unfunded mandates.
And I'm with you on that, not funding mandates. And so I'm concerned that amount of money might not be enough. And so then if we don't have an amendment that works towards that, I feel like we might be putting our districts in a bad spot, the ones that can't afford it or the ones that apply and don't get it because there's no money.
And I would need to yield the podium for somebody that can answer those questions.
I appreciate your amendment. And whether you withdraw it or not, I
Yes,
still
sir.
appreciate you looking out for school districts and
Thank
look
you.
forward to continue to support
Thank
you
you,
on those
Senator.
efforts.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw my amendment.
Is there objection to unanimous consent from the senator from Spartanburg, Senator Martin, to withdraw his amendment? Here, no objection. So ordered, the amendment is withdrawn. We have no further amendments. Senator from Spartanburg, Senator Bright, what purpose do you ask? Motion is, he did. He moved, the motion is to carry over the bill H-3258. Here's all those in favor of that motion would say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is carried over. The senator from Horry, Senator Rankin, what purpose do you ask?
Mr. President, unanimous consent request.
State your request.
A joint request on behalf of the senator from the upstate to return to page 32 to take up S812.
Is there objection? Is there
President,
objection?
Would he temporarily hold that?
You would temporarily hold that unanimous consent. Senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin, what purpose do you
I
have?
just would like to reiterate, the chairman and I had a nice conversation in the antechamber out there with a gentleman's agreement as to what the process that I will follow going forward with the desires that I have and the commitments that he had made to me about the bill and the forms and all. It may come back from the House. So we're all good. I will make the motion for you. Unanimous consent to go back to S812.
Is there objection to the senator from Greenville, Senator Corbin's unanimous consent request to return to page 32, middle of the page, S812? Is there objection? Hearing no objection, so ordered. We're now on the bill. Question is, second reading of S812. Question is, second reading. Pursue it. This is Senator from Williamsburg. What purpose do you ask?
President, I apologize. I was in an after carryover motion discussion, and so I missed where we are. The bill that's before us, can I get somebody to give me an explanation again?
Yes, sir. This came out of, on page 32, Senator from Horry, Senator Rankin is recognized. What purpose do you rise, sir?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, Mr. President, I'm good. A colleague was kind enough to share some information with me. I'm good. Thank you.
Question is, second reading of S 812. Second reading of S 812. Pursuant to Rule 16, the bill is given a second reading of the Senate. Senator from Ori, Senator Rankin, what purpose do you ask, sir?
Unanimous consent request
State your request.
to give that bill a third reading tomorrow.
Is there objection to unanimous consent request to give this bill a third reading Thursday? Hearing no objection. Is that retaining that unanimous consent?
It is, but I want to speak right after you make the call.
Okay. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Senator from Edgefield.
Mr. President, I hope we're not going to do this on every bill. The House isn't going to be in session next week. There's no reason to do this. We don't have a crossover date. There's no reason to be given these automatic thirds. So, I mean, and I don't want to be the jerk, but I'm going to object from here on out because I don't understand why we're doing it. But there's an important point, I think, of allowing people to review things between second and third, allowing staff to review them to make sure we haven't made a mistake. If there's something coming up that maybe I'm not aware of, then I'm happy to reconsider that. But we don't have the crossover. The House isn't going to be here. I don't know what the advantage is for automatic thirds for tomorrow.
Senator, so informed. Stand at ease momentarily.
Immunity clause or something in here, but